What if the most powerful religious institution on earth was guarding not just faith but secrets, buried tombs, vanishing artifacts, UFOs, a missing girl? Welcome to the Vatican, 44 hectares of sacred tradition built on 2,000 years of unsolved mysteries, some hidden in plain sight, others sealed behind walls no outsider has ever passed. Tonight, we're not just opening the archives. We're opening everything they won't let you see. This is the most unsolved Vatican mysteries in history, and it starts now. Before we crack open the vault, take a second to hit that subscribe button. This is where history hides its wildest secrets. And while we're talking time zones and holy clocks, where are you watching from? Drop your city and the time on your screen in the comments below. Let's see how far the mystery travels. The true contents of the Vatican Secret Archives. The Vatican Secret Archives. Just saying it out loud feels like trespassing. A sprawling underground labyrinth beneath the heart of Rome, lined with shelves stretching over 50 miles, shrouded in a silence so absolute, it hums. Behind its fortified walls, beneath centuries of dust and divine authority, are the whispers of empires, saints, traitors, prophets, and popes. Every slip of parchment is a loaded gun. Every locked cabinet confessional booth for the sins of history. Officially renamed the Vatican Apostolic Archives in 2019 to soften the air of mystique, this library is still anything but apostolic in the common sense. It is not a place of public access. You don't stroll in for a thesis on early Christianity. No guided tours, no photographs, and definitely no browsing. Entry is granted only to an elite cadre of hand-picked scholars, each allowed to request just a few specific documents. Even then, what they're allowed to read is filtered, redacted, and cloaked behind a bureaucracy so Byzantine, it might as well be another sacrament. But what exactly is in there? That's the question. The Vatican won't say, and that's the problem. Officially, the archive holds everything from papal account books to diplomatic letters, state secrets, doctrinal drafts, trial records, and papal bulls dating back to the 8th century. That's over 12 centuries of history, chronicled and stored by the most enduring religious institution on earth. But official doesn't mean complete, and in this case, it definitely doesn't mean revealed. There are rooms no scholar has ever seen. There are sections that remain permanently off limits. There are documents so old and so fragile they might disintegrate under direct light. And then there are the persistent rumors whispers passed down like holy relics about what else might be buried in the dark. Like a letter from Pontius Pilate detailing the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, or transcripts from the trial of Galileo that never saw daylight. Or even stranger things, apocalyptic visions, heretical gospels, lost books of the Bible, and reports of unexplained celestial phenomena. One story tells of a medieval text, now locked deep within the archive's vaults, that describes an entity encountered during an exorcism being who spoke of the universe before time, and who named stars that wouldn't be discovered by science for 600 more years. Another rumor claims that hidden among the shelves is a blueprint not metaphorical, but literal for a device that allows its user to view moments from the past. The infamous chronovisor. We'll get to that. For now, let's stay grounded, at least as grounded as one can be in a building that houses secrets powerful enough to rewrite religious history. Start with the logistics. It is estimated that the Vatican Apostolic Archives contain more than 85,000 volumes and over 35,000 archival pieces. If laid end to end, the shelving alone would stretch longer than the entire island of Manhattan. These records are stored in over 1,000 separate rooms within the Vatican City walls, with additional holdings extending deep into the underground vaults beneath the Cortile del Belvedere. The facility is climate-controlled, monitored 24/7, and guarded by both Swiss and Vatican security personnel. No document may be removed, No image may be copied without express permission. Even the cataloging system itself is partially restricted. In other words, you could receive permission to study a subject, but not be told what documents exist about that subject. Access wasn't even permitted at all until 1881. That's when Pope Leo XIII finally opened parts of the archive to researchers, after centuries of complete secrecy. But don't mistake that move for transparency. The rulebook is dense, and the red tape eternal. For example, any documents produced after 1958 were off limits until 2020, when Pope Francis released the files of Pope Pius XII's papacy, one during World War II, and even then, those records sparked more questions than answers. Because within those war-era documents lie some of the darkest suspicions. Did the Vatican cooperate with Nazis? What did they know about the Holocaust and when? Did they help orchestrate escape routes for high-ranking war criminals through the so-called rat lines? The files made public hint at these questions, but stopped short of resolving them. Entire boxes remain sealed. Entire correspondences are missing. And the things we do know about only fuel the legends about what we don't. Take the case of the Knights Templar. In 2007, a Vatican archivist accidentally rediscovered a 700-year-old document long believed lost, the Chinon parchment. It revealed that Pope Clement V had actually absolved the Templars of heresy charges in 1308, contrary to the narrative used to justify their mass arrest and execution. The implications were explosive, not because it proved a conspiracy, which it kind of did, but because it proved something worse, that explosive truths can be quietly buried for centuries and only discovered by accident. What else was misfiled? What else has been forgotten on purpose? The Church's immense influence over European politics for more than a millennium means its archives are more than religious texts. They are the minutes of empire. The Vatican acted as a spiritual power, yes, but also as a geopolitical actor, a tax collector, a censor, a kingmaker, and occasionally an inquisitor. Popes crowned emperors. Popes excommunicated monarchs. Popes declared holy wars. All of it documented. All of it stored. All of it still, mostly, hidden. It's not just the big events, either. The secret archives hold thousands of personal correspondences from figures like Michelangelo, Galileo, and even Henry VIII, whose desperate request for a marriage annulment helped ignite the Protestant Reformation. There's the Dictatus Papae, a 1075 document declaring the Pope's supremacy over all secular rulers. There's even a letter from Abraham Lincoln to Pope Pius IX. Yet the most tantalizing documents are the ones that can't be confirmed because even their existence is considered classified. Like the rumored correspondence between the Vatican and extraterrestrial intelligence. Yes, you read that right. Some theorists believe the Vatican not only knows about alien life, but has kept detailed records of sightings and possible interactions. Supporting this theory is the existence of the Vatican Observatory, an actual astronomical research center with facilities in both Italy and Arizona. And then there's the cryptic 1990s quote from Jesuit Father Malachi Martin, who claimed that what is coming upon the earth is so horrible, the Vatican is in full knowledge of it. He never clarified. He died not long after. So is it paranoia, or just a question of scale? Because the truth is this: any institution with 1,200 years of records, unchecked power, and a vested interest in narrative control becomes its own kind of mystery machine. The Vatican is not just a church. It's a memory vault for the Western world, and the longer it stays sealed, the more dangerous its contents become, if only in our imagination. Scholars fight tooth and nail for access to even a sliver of those shelves. For every letter they're allowed to read, there may be 10 more blacklisted. The Vatican claims this is to protect the delicate nature of ancient documents. That's understandable, but it's not the full story. There are entire index volumes that catalog documents only by date and categorino titles, no summaries. Think of it like a menu that lists meat, vegetable, unknown, and leaves the rest up to guesswork. What's in the unknown file? Why is it even labeled that way? The answer might lie in the Vatican's philosophy of knowledge. Some truths are not meant for the many. This idea that revelation is selective, that divine or historical knowledge must be protected from the mimesis deeply woven into the Church's history. From Latin-only liturgies to the persecution of translators like William Tyndale, control over information has always been a spiritual strategy. And that brings us to the biggest secret of all, that secrecy itself is the point. Because in the end, the Vatican archives aren't just a room, they're a boundary between what we know and what we're not allowed to know, between faith and fear, between light and whatever might still be lurking in the dark. Documents related to Jesus Christ's life. In the catacombs of history, one name echoes louder than any other: Jesus of Nazareth. He walked the earth for just over 3 decades, taught for 3 years, and was executed in less than a day. Yet the impact of his life has detonated across 2,000 years of culture, conquest, colonization, and creed. His story has split calendars, empires, and ideologies. And while millions take every word of the New Testament on faith, others have always wanted more detail, more context, more certainty. So imagine this: somewhere, sealed in a Vatican vault, is a letter, an official Roman record of the day a carpenter's son was sentenced to die, or perhaps a diary kept by a temple scribe, or even a scroll from a witness, hidden away because what it contained didn't fit the narrative later canonized by church authority. It's the ultimate religious X-file, a rumor that refuses to die. There are whispers, always whispers, that the Vatican is in possession of documents that provide greater insight into the life, trial, and execution of Jesus Christ. Not theological reflections, not gospels, but concrete, first-century Roman or Jewish administrative records, real names, real places, real decisions. If they exist, they would be the most explosive texts in human history. Let's start with what we know for certain. Jesus was born in Roman-occupied Judea sometime between 4 BCE and 1 CE. His life and death are referenced outside the Bible by a handful of Roman historians, Tacitus, Josephus, and Suetonius, offering brief, dismissive mentions that confirm a man named Jesus existed and was crucified under Pontius Pilate. That's the historical scaffolding. Fragile, minimal, but present. Everything else comes from the Gospels. Written decades after Jesus' death by anonymous authors using second-hand sources, the Gospels are not court transcripts. They are theological narratives written with conviction, but not historical neutrality. They aim to inspire belief, not offer biographies. This creates a gaping black hole in the historical record, one that's never stopped provoking speculation. Because what if someone, somewhere, did keep better records? Enter the Vatican's secret archivist, the most obvious suspect. As the institutional epicenter of global Christianity for over 700 years, the Vatican has not only been the gatekeeper of theology, but also the curator of Christian history. Popes have employed scribes, historians, diplomats, and collectors since the 4th century. Many of them were charged with acquiring and preserving any documents that touched on the origins of the Church. If official Roman paperwork on Jesus' arrest and crucifixion did survive, say, records from Pilate's governorship or a note from Caiaphas the high priest, it's not crazy to assume they would have ended up in the Vatican archive, and then quietly disappeared from public access. One of the most persistent legends concerns a letter written by Pontius Pilate to Emperor Tiberius, explaining why he sentenced Jesus to death. Some versions claim the letter expresses regret. Others say it was a cold, bureaucratic justification. A few even suggest it contains Pilate's private belief that Jesus was divine. a twist that would challenge every theological stance ever taken about Judas, justice, and the role of Rome in the Passion. There are also stories of documents smuggled out of Jerusalem before the temple was destroyed in 70 CE, scrolls hidden by early Christian sects, unearthed during the Crusades, then spirited away to Rome. A few might even date back to the so-called lost years of Jesus' teens and 20s, about which the Bible is totally silent. What did he do? Where did he go? Why did he disappear from the record only to return at age 30? Was he traveling, studying, organizing? Some of these questions are tackled in apocryphal Gospels texts, like the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Judas, and the infancy Gospel of James. These writings, discovered in Egypt and elsewhere, paint radically different portraits of Jesus: mystical, cryptic, sometimes disturbingly human. The Vatican has long denounced these as heretical. But many scholars believe the full versions of these texts, including others never seen by the public, may still be preserved, possibly in their original Aramaic or Greek deep in the archives. And then there's the story of the Sibylline oracles. These ancient prophetic texts, part Jewish, part pagan, part Christian, were once considered sacred. They speak of a divine figure born of a virgin, crucified unjustly, and returning in glory. The early church saw them as pre-Christian proof of Jesus' mission. If more versions of these oracles exist, particularly ones dated before the first gospel, they could fundamentally alter how we understand prophecy, Jesus' identity, and the syncretic roots of early Christianity. But the most controversial theory is also the simplest: that the Vatican possesses documents proving Jesus didn't die on the cross, that he survived, escaped, and lived in obscurity, possibly in India or Egypt, where he continued teaching in secret. This fringe idea, inspired by Islamic and Eastern traditions, contradicts every pillar of Christian theology. It would unravel the resurrection. And yet, stories persist that somewhere in the archive, sealed under papal lock and key, is a scroll or report suggesting precisely that. Whether it's a Roman clerical error, a Gnostic gospel, or a traveler's diary, it doesn't matter. The Vatican would never release it, because the implications would be nuclear. Then again, maybe it's not about what happened after the crucifixion but before. Consider the idea that Jesus wrote something himself: a letter, a sermon, a private reflection. The Gospels show him as a speaker, not a scribe, but he was literate and trained in Jewish law. Is it so impossible that he may have penned his thoughts? What would such a document say? Would it match the teachings of the Gospels? Would it contradict them? Would it be ordinary? The possibility that Jesus left behind his own written words, buried, protected, and hidden for 2 millennia, has obsessed theologians and heretics alike. If even a fragment of such a text exists, it would be more important than the Dead Sea Scrolls, more explosive than the Nag Hammadi library. And if it contradicts the canon, the Church has every reason to keep it buried. But the Vatican isn't just hiding texts, it's also hiding decisions. In 1684, Pope Clement XI allegedly removed 14 books from the official Bible canon. Among them were the books of Esdras, Tobit, Judith, the Wisdom of Solomon, and others. These aren't obscure footnotes, they were integral parts of the faith for over a millennium. Why were they removed, and by whose authority? The official reason is doctrinal clarity. But many scholars suspect a darker motive. The removed books contain timelines, prophecies, and origin stories that complicate the clean narrative the Vatican wanted to promote. Some even speak of alternate messianic figures. Where are the original scrolls now? If anyone has the myths, the archive. And what of prophecy? This is the domain of the third secret of Fatima, which we'll discuss in detail later, but many believe the Church has compiled an entire dossier of apocalyptic visions and messianic forecasts. ranging from medieval mystics to ancient astrologers. If Jesus predicted his return and left behind a timeline or code, would it be revealed to the faithful or hidden to preserve order? The Vatican has a history of delaying or censoring such information. Consider the long-lost Gospel of Barnabas, which portrays Jesus as a prophet, not a divine figure, and predicts the coming of Muhammad. It was condemned as a forgery, but original manuscripts may exist. If they do, they are likely kept far from public view. But perhaps the most chilling rumor is also the quietest, that the Vatican has long possessed not one, but multiple contradictory accounts of Jesus' life, each presenting a different version of his message. One merciful, one militant, one mystical. That these accounts were debated, weighed, and ultimately silenced during the Council of Nicaea in 325 CE, the very council that helped define the official doctrine of the Church. The minutes of that council, the rejected texts, the destroyed Gospels, if any of it survived, it would be under lock and key. In a city-state with its own laws, its own police, and its own definition of truth. It's important to note, the Vatican doesn't deny all of this. It doesn't confirm it either. Its silence is strategic. By refusing to disclose certain documents or even to confirm their existence, it preserves the mystique of divine authority. The archives become a sort of metaphysical firewall, a line between the sacred and the scandalous. A place where history is stored and rewritten. Because the power isn't just in having the truth, it's in deciding when and if it gets revealed. That's what makes the rumor so dangerous. If a letter from Jesus exists, or a Roman report, or even a heretical gospel, and the Church has suppressed it, then every martyr, missionary, and mystic who died for a narrative might have done so under false pretenses. And so we're left with silence, with whispers, with 52 miles of shelves, and one name, scrawled in the margins of an unnamed box, waiting to be found. But not all the mysteries are ancient. Some are frighteningly recent. In 1952, a Jesuit priest claimed to have seen a document in the archive that described a solar event at the time of Christ's death in eclipse so strange it defied natural explanation. Was it a metaphor? A miracle? Or something else entirely? Something not of this earth? Because, just as some believe the archive holds lost records of Jesus' life, others believe it holds records of life beyond Jesus. Life from elsewhere, other worlds, other beings. Next up, we dive into the unthinkable, evidence of extraterrestrial life, and why the Vatican might be the one organization on Earth that already knows we're not alone. If your mind's already spinning from what might be hidden about Christ's life, imagine what's still sealed, just a few shelves deeper. If you're into unraveling the untouchable, make sure to hit that subscribe button. We've got a lot more Vatican vaults to crack. And while you're at it, tell us where you're tuning in from and what time it is on your end. Midnight in Manila? Sunrise in Sao Paulo? Let's map the mystery. Evidence of extraterrestrial life. It starts with a telescope, a simple round lens pointing at the sky. Except this one doesn't belong to NASA, the ESA, or any national observatory. It belongs to the Vatican. Yes, the Vatican, an ancient religious microstate founded on divine revelation and angelic visitations, is also in the astronomy business, and not just casually. Since the late 16th century, the Catholic Church has operated some of the most advanced observatories in Europe and, later, around the world. Today, it jointly runs the Vatican Observatory Research Group, VORG, from a mountaintop in Arizona, using state-of-the-art instruments to study stars, galaxies, and phenomena far beyond Earth. It begs the question, why? Why would an institution devoted to the spiritual truths of one small planet dedicate centuries and serious resources to studying the vast, indifferent mechanics of the cosmos. Because, some believe, they already know something, and they're watching. In the deepest reaches of Vatican, secrecy buried far beneath St. Peter's Basilica, behind fortified steel doors and dust-covered shelves there, said to be documents that deal not with saints or sinners, but with something much stranger, beings, encounters. Records of celestial visitations, UFO sightings, and even possible communication with life beyond this planet. It sounds like the stuff of tinfoil hat fantasy, until you consider the Church's own strange openness to the idea. In 2008, Father José Gabriel Funes, then head of the Vatican Observatory, made headlines when he declared that belief in extraterrestrials does not contradict faith in God. In fact, he went further. Just as there is a multiplicity of creatures on Earth, he said, there could be other beings, even intelligent ones, created by God. He called them our brothers. This was no rogue priest. This was the official scientific voice of the Vatican, and it wasn't the first time. For decades, the Vatican has danced a careful, cryptic waltz around the topic of alien life, never confirming, never denying, but always leaving the door slightly open. And that has fueled generations of theories, rumors, and high-stakes speculation. What if the Vatican isn't just philosophically open to alien life, but already knows it exists? The theory goes like this. Over the centuries, the Vatican has collected not just sacred texts, but strange ones. Reports from missionaries in the Americas, Africa, and Asia who witnessed objects in the sky that defied natural explanation. Medieval sketches of angelic visitations that, upon closer inspection, resemble modern descriptions of extraterrestrial contact, ancient depictions of flying chariots and burning wheels. Even pre-Christian documents, preserved by the Church, that speak of star beings descending from the heavens. Each report is catalogued, each drawing preserved, not because they were believed in their time, but because someone thought they might matter later. The Vatican, as an institution, thinks in centuries. If the archive contains evidence real or suspected of non-human intelligence, it would explain the Church's obsessive cataloging of the cosmos. It would also explain the unusually high number of astronomers and astrophysicists employed by a religious body. They're not looking for proof. They're monitoring a known variable. Let's go back to the telescope. One of the Vatican's most advanced observatories, the Vatican Advanced Technology Telescope, is located on Mount Graham in Arizona. It's in a region that the local Apache consider sacred, linked, in their traditions, to the appearance of star people. The site was controversial, not only for spiritual reasons, but for environmental ones. Yet the Vatican insisted. Why? What was so important about that mountain? And then there's the telescope, with the most bizarre name in the Vatican's possession, Lucifer. Technically, it's an acronym Large Binocular Telescope Near-Infrared Utility with Camera and Integral Field Unit for Extragalactic Research. But the choice of name, especially by a religious institution, is provocative. Lucifer, the light bearer, the fallen angel, the first to challenge divine authority. Why name a telescope after him? Unless the point isn't just science, it's revelation. Consider this. If intelligent life exists beyond Earth, it presents a monumental theological problem. Was Jesus incarnated for all sentient beings, or just humanity? Do aliens have souls? Do they sin? Is there an alien version of the Bible? Of salvation? Of divine justice? These aren't idle questions. Vatican theologians have been discussing them seriously for decades. Theological journals have published articles with titles like Christology and the Cosmos, and Salvation and the Extraterrestrial. Entire panels have been convened on whether baptism would be necessary for non-human entities, which implies, at minimum, a real expectation that contact could happen. Now, imagine that expectation is based on classified knowledge, documents from centuries past, artifacts, eyewitness accounts, or worse evidence of a cover-up. The modern UFO phenomenon, born in the wake of World War II, has always been shrouded in military secrecy. But even before Roswell, the Vatican had records of strange sky events. In 1561, residents of Nuremberg, Germany, reported an aerial battle involving flying spheres and cylinders, witnessed by hundreds. The event was chronicled in broadsheets yearly newspapers preserved in the Vatican Library. A similar event occurred in Basel, Switzerland in 1566. What did the Church make of these? Nothing officially, but the records were kept, filed, stored. Even in our own century, the Vatican appears to have been watching. In 2007, an orange disk was reportedly seen hovering above the Vatican. It was witnessed by multiple observers and even caught on video. The footage, predictably, vanished. The Vatican issued no statement, no denial, just silence. And silence, in this context, is telling. Because the Church doesn't usually ignore signs from the heavens. Comets, eclipses, blood moonsaw have played massive roles in religious prophecy and interpretation. But this was different. This wasn't a celestial event. This was something else entirely. So what does the archive have? If even a fraction of these rumors are true, it may contain records of pre-modern sightings categorized as miracles or angelic appearances, missionary reports from remote regions describing sky vessels or non-human beings, secret Vatican correspondence about observed aerial phenomena, astronomical data from observatories indicating artificial movement of celestial bodies, transcripts of supposed contact events, theological evaluations on the status of extraterrestrial souls. Some even believe there are physical artifacts, metallic fragments, alien script, something found, perhaps, during one of the Crusades, hidden not because of danger but because of implications. And it makes sense. The Vatican is the single most powerful religious institution on the planet. Its job is not only to protect the faith but to interpret reality through the lens of that faith. If we're not alone, and the public finds out first, theology loses control. But if the Vatican already knows and manages the revelation, they stay in charge. In this light, the Vatican's secrecy is not obstruction, it's strategy. There's another possibility, one even darker. What if the Vatican isn't just studying extraterrestrials, but communicating with them? Let that sink in. The idea, wild as it sounds, has roots in both fringe science and fringe theology. In the 1990s, a document surfaced online claiming to be from an internal Vatican source. It spoke of a program called SIV, Servizio Informazioni del Vaticano, a kind of black ops intelligence agency operating within the Church. Its mission? To intercept and evaluate alien communication. The document was quickly discredited, but like all good disinformation, it raised just enough plausible doubt. Because here's the truth. The Vatican has always had its own intelligence network, its own diplomatic corps, its own global communication lines. If contact were to happen, who better to receive it and conceal it? Theologically, it even fits. The Church believes in non-corporeal beings, angels, demons, spirits. What's one more category, especially if it comes from the stars? Some ancient Christian mystics even wrote of beings neither divine nor human, born of fire and light, watchers in the heavens. They were exiled from canon, but their writings weren't destroyed. They were archived. And somewhere down there, deep in the maze of shelves and keys and whispered names, those writings wait. The Vatican won't confirm. Of course not, but they don't have to. Their silence is eloquent. Their observatories point skyward. Their archives point inward. And one day, maybe soon, those two vectors will collide. But before we look to the stars for hidden beings, maybe we should look under our feet. Because beneath the marble and grandeur of St. Peter's Basilica lies a secret far older than UFO sightings, older even than the church itself. A burial site, a necropolis, a city of the dead. And at its heart, one tomb in particular. A tomb the Vatican claims is the final resting place of the Apostle Peter. The truth about that claim is as mysterious and controversial as the tomb itself. Next, we descend into the ancient crypts of Rome to uncover the eerie, unresolved mystery of St. Peter's tomb and the Vatican necropolis. The Vatican necropolis and St. Peter's tomb. Long before marble domes and Swiss guards, before popes in white and pilgrims in khaki shorts, the Vatican was a graveyard. Not metaphorically a literal graveyard. A Roman necropolis buried deep beneath what is now St. Peter's Basilica, an ancient city of the dead, carved into the earth like veins into bone. And at its supposed center, a single tomb, modest, weathered, inscribed with one of the most disputed names in Christian history, Peter, as in St. Peter, the Apostle, the Rock, the man Jesus allegedly handpicked to build his church, the first pope, crucified upside down in Rome, according to tradition, and buried in secret by a few loyal followers. That's the story, at least. But in a place like the Vatican, stories aren't just stories. They're foundations. They are the bedrock upon which 1.3 billion Catholics stand. Which is why, for centuries, one question has haunted the church like a ghost in the catacombs. Is that really Peter down there? The Vatican has always said yes, unequivocally. The faith of the church rests, quite literally, atop that assumption. St. Peter's Basilica, arguably the most iconic building in Christendom, was built in the 4th century over what Emperor Constantine was told was the Apostles' burial site. But for over 1,600 years, nobody checked. Nobody dared. Until the 20th century. It was 1939. Pope Pius XI had died, and his successor, Pius XII, wanted him entombed in the Vatican grottos beneath St. Peter's Basilica. During the excavation, workers accidentally uncovered an unexpected series of ancient tombs, walls, chambers, inscriptions. An entire necropolis, untouched for centuries, hidden just a few feet below the foot traffic of tourists and clergy. And suddenly, the question wasn't hypothetical anymore. Suddenly, the Vatican had a mystery on its hands. What they had stumbled upon was the ancient Vatican necropolis, a sprawling underground cemetery dating back to the 1st century CE. It was a place where Roman nobles were buried, far outside the sacred pomerium, the city boundary where corpses were forbidden. It contained elaborate tombs, rich with inscriptions and pagan iconography. But among them was something different. A modest grave, unadorned, pressed against an ancient red wall, the Red Wall. It was this tomb that drew the most attention, partially because of its location directly beneath the high altar of St. Peter's Basilica, and partially because of what was scratched on the adjacent graffiti wall. Peter is here. Just 3 words, or maybe one miracle. But from the beginning, the evidence was messy. The remains inside the tomb, if there were any, had been disturbed long ago. Some bones had been moved, others lost. The archaeologists were under immense pressure. Solve the greatest mystery in Catholic history without undermining the most sacred claim of Catholicism. Not an easy assignment. The Vatican kept the excavation a secret for a decade. Only in 1950 did Pope Pius XII go public, announcing that the tomb of St. Peter had at last been identified. But even then, no bones were shown, no photographs released, just a declaration, cloaked in papal authority. Behind the scenes, the situation was even murkier. You see, the original tomb beneath the Red Wall had no name inscribed, no bones conclusively linked to Peter. The graffiti wall nearby bore the word Petros. Yes, but not as part of a formal epitaph. More like a scrawled prayer, devotion, not documentation. And the bones that were found in a nearby niche? They didn't even match the demographics. They were later revealed to be from multiple individuals, some not male, and some not from the right era. Then came the twist. In 1952, a box of bones previously dismissed stored in a marble-lined wall adjacent to the supposed tomb was re-examined. These were different. One skeleton, a man, 60 to 70 years old, tall, robust, and crucially, missing the feet. Why is that important? Because early Christian tradition claims that Peter was crucified upside down. Unlike standard Roman crucifixions, where the condemned were nailed through the wrists and ankles, upside-down executions often involved cutting the body down at the knees or ankles post-mortem. The absence of feet matched the story. Finally, something fit. The bones were examined by Margherita Guarducci, a famed archaeologist and epigrapher, who argued passionately and controversially that these were, in fact, the relics of St. Peter. She claimed they matched the right age, era, and location. And she wasn't just guessing. She pointed to traces of ancient purple and gold cloth imperial colors of Rome found with the bones. She noted that the niche where they were hidden had been deliberately protected, sealed, and venerated. She even linked microscopic soil samples to the precise geography of the Vatican Hill, supporting the idea that these remains had never been moved. Pope Paul VI agreed. In 1968, he officially declared the bones identified in a way which we can hold to be convincing. And then, silence. The bones were placed in a plexiglass case, hidden again, deep below the basilica. Convincing, not proven, and certainly not public. The scientific community remains divided. Some archaeologists accept the findings as probable. Others call it wishful thinking wrapped in liturgical need. After all, confirmation bias runs deep when the location of the tomb supports the legitimacy of the church itself. Which raises a deeper question. What if they're wrong? What if the Vatican has built its spiritual empire on a case of mistaken identity? Worse what, if the bones are real and the church knows they contradict the traditional story? There are whispers, of course. There always are. Some say the bones tested showed signs of burial rituals inconsistent with Christian customs. Others suggest the surrounding tomb inscriptions, many of which were damaged or erased during the excavations, spoke not of Christian martyrs, but of pagan cults. A few conspiracy-minded critics have even proposed that the Vatican discovered something heretical beneath the Basilicae Samething that fundamentally undermines the apostolic succession and sealed it away under a theological quarantine. After all, the site was sacred to pagans long before it was sacred to Christians. The Vatican Hill wasn't just a burial ground, it was home to an ancient pagan shrine. Roman families brought offerings there. They honored ancestors there. It's entirely possible that the grave identified as Peter's belonged to a revered nobleman, a priest of Mithras long before Christianity arrived. But here's the genius of the Vatican's handling of the tomb. They control the evidence. The bones are not in a museum. The graffiti wall is not available for public examination. Access to the necropolis is granted to only a select few, and only under heavy surveillance. Even scholars allowed to study the site must do so under strict conditions. No photographs, no independent testing. The Church maintains final say over what is seen and what is believed. Faith, after all, thrives in mystery. But this isn't just about bones. This is about the architecture of belief. St. Peter's Basilica, built in the 4th century, demolished and rebuilt in the 16th, stands as the central monument to Peter's authority, to his martyrdom, to the idea that the Church is built literally and symbolically upon his body. If the tomb is proven false, what happens to the metaphor, to the institution that metaphor empowers? Perhaps the most chilling question is this: What else was found down there? Excavation records are incomplete, some logs are missing. And in interviews, early archaeologists hinted at unusual findings that were not relevant to the theological objective of the excavation. What does that mean? In a city layered with millennia of history, almost anything is possible. One legend claims that among the sarcophagi, a sealed chamber was discovered containing non-Christian relics, possibly even scrolls. Another rumor tells of a hidden staircase, descending even deeper into the rock, leading to a forgotten Roman temple. Some claim it still exists, others believe it was quietly bricked up. And the Vatican offers no comment. They have what they need: a tomb, a tradition, a story strong enough to build a religion on. Whether or not it's true is secondary. What matters is that it is believed. But for those who want the truth hard, archaeological truth, the necropolis remains a riddle wrapped in incense. You can visit it, technically. You can apply for a tour. A limited group, strictly supervised, led through narrow, humid corridors beneath the basilica. You'll see tombs, frescoes, the red wall, maybe even a glimpse of the plexiglass case holding the bones. But not the bones themselves. Not the DNA tests. Not the carbon dating reports. Those are sealed, held in the archive. So maybe the better question isn't, is this really Peter? Maybe it's, why are they so afraid we'll find out? Because if the answer is yes, if those are truly the remains of the first Pope, it's a triumph of faith confirmed by fact. But if the answer is no, it's not just a tomb. It's a trapdoor. And beneath it, a deeper chamber of secrets waiting to be unlocked. Because St. Peter's bones are just the beginning. Next, we push beyond the tombs and into the shadows of the past, into a story so strange it sounds like religious fever dream, but it actually happened. The 9th century, a dead pope, a living pope, and a courtroom where the corpse was the defendant. It's called the cadaver synod, and it's the most grotesque trial in the Vatican's long and twisted history. The cadaver synod, trial of Pope Formosus. In the dim-lit chambers of Vatican history, lined with tales of martyrs, mystics, and miracles, there exists one moment so grotesque, so absurd, so apocalyptically bizarre, that it reads less like theology and more like satire penned by a lunatic playwright. But it happened. All of it. Rome. The year is 897 AD. The Church, long seen as the anchor of moral clarity, is adrift in a sea of corruption, violence, and paranoia. Popes are not spiritual shepherds, but political weapons. The papal throne changes hands like a cursed crown, often stained with blood, always shadowed by scandal. And into this whirlwind of ecclesiastical chaos steps one of the most macabre spectacles in all of human history. A pope is put on trial. But not just any pope. A dead one. This is the cadaver synod, synodus horrenda, in Latin, an event so surreal, so theatrically grotesque, that it continues to stagger historians, theologians, and readers over 1,000 years later. Because when Pope Stephen VI ascended to power, he wasn't content to discredit his predecessor for number. He had Pope Formosus dead for 9 months, dug up, dressed in papal vestments, and dragged into a courtroom to stand trial for crimes against the Church. The charges? Perjury, ambition, illegally assuming the papacy. The defense? A literal corpse. Let's rewind. Pope Formosus was a controversial figure even while alive. Born around 816, he climbed the ranks of the Church with unrelenting ambition. A skilled diplomat, he was sent on missions to Bulgaria and France. He was intelligent, respected, even feared, but his political maneuvers often made enemy, especially among rival factions vying for control of Rome. In that era, the papacy was less about spiritual guidance and more about political leverage. Italian noble families, Frankish kings, and Roman warlords treated the Vatican like a chessboard. And Formosus was a bishop who refused to play by their rules. He aligned with powerful foreign leaders like Arnulf of Carinthia, whom he crowned Holy Roman Emperor in 896. This infuriated the rival Spoleto family, who saw themselves as rightful rulers of Italy. When Formosus died in 896, most likely of natural causes, though even that remains disputed, his enemies waited, and less than a year later, they struck. Enter Pope Stephen VI. A puppet of the Spoletos, Stephen was installed on the throne with one job: erase Formosus from history, not figuratively, literally. And what followed was a public spectacle of such medieval madness that it defies belief. The corpse of Formosus was exhumed, rotting, reeking, barely held together. He was dressed in the full regalia of the papacy robes, mitre, pallium, seated on a throne inside the Lateran Basilica. His skeletal fingers were threaded with rings. His skull, tilting at an unnatural angle, was framed by a crown of worms. Across from him, Stephen VI sat in judgment, red-faced and trembling with rage. A deacon stood beside the cadaver to speak on his behalf, like a reverse ventriloquist. The courtroom was packed with clergy, soldiers, and spectators, some praying, some jeering, all caught in the gravitational pull of this ecclesiastical horror show. Stephen launched into a tirade, accusing the dead pope of violating canon law by becoming Bishop of Rome while still holding the See of Porto. He ranted that Formosus had conspired against previous popes, that he had usurped divine authority, that his every act as pontifevery ordination, every declaration, was invalid. And then came the sentence. The trial concluded with Formosus being found guilty, Chakarand, his papacy declared null. His corpse was stripped of its sacred vestments. The 3 fingers of benediction on his right hand were severed, symbolically silencing his spiritual authority. The body was dragged from the basilica, flung into a common grave, then later exhumed again and dumped into the Tiber River. A pope, exhumed, tried, mutilated, discarded like trash. This wasn't a secret ritual. This wasn't whispered in shadows. This was public, official, liturgical insanity. A desecration of the dead so violent, so theatrical, that it still chills the spine of anyone who stumbles across the story. And yet, perhaps the most disturbing part is this: it almost made sense. Because in the 9th century, the papacy was a weapon, and the church was being pulled apart by warlords and dynasties who saw Rome not as sacred ground, but as the ultimate prize. Formosus had enemies. Those enemies had power. And in a world without accountability, Stephen VI decided that one man's bones could be put on trial to rewrite an entire era of spiritual authority. But he miscalculated. The cadaver synod shocked even medieval Rome. The desecration of a pope, no matter how controversial, was too much. The public, who had once cheered or jeered, now recoiled. Riots broke out. Clergy rebelled. Within months, Stephen VI was imprisoned. According to chroniclers, he was strangled to death in his cell, either by outraged monks or a faction loyal to Formosus. The corpse had outlived its accuser. After Stephen's death, a rapid backpedal began. The next pope annulled the cadaver synod. Then another pope reversed that annulment. The church twisted and contorted, trying to erase the stain from history while still preserving its institutional authority. It became theological whack-a-mole, with each pope either condemning or condoning the madness depending on which family held the reins of power. Even the body of Formosus got caught in the ping-pong. After being fished out of the Tiber by a sympathetic monk, his remains were reburied in the basilica. A few years later, they were moved again. And again. Like a cursed relic, the cadaver refused to stay still, an eternal reminder that no pope is ever truly safe from the whims of his successors. What's perhaps most chilling is how little has changed. Because at its core, the cadaver synod is about control. Control of memory, of legacy, of truth. The dead cannot defend themselves. but their reputations can still be weaponized. It's tempting to laugh at the absurdity of a courtroom with a corpse as the defendant, a deacon whispering into a skull. But beneath the horror lies something much darker. The idea that authority can't just erase the past, it can reconstruct it. That history isn't written by the victors, it's rewritten by the survivors. The cadaver synod wasn't an aberration. It was a mirror. A moment when the church showed its teeth, when robes became armor, when dogma became theater, and when the corpse of a pope became a puppet for vendetta. In the centuries that followed, the church tried to bury the event again and again. It was absent from early histories, downplayed in theological chronicles, treated as an embarrassing footnote. But it never truly disappeared. Because you don't forget the time the Vatican put a dead pope on trial. You don't forget the image of decayed hands raised in forced contrition. You don't forget that the tombs are not always the end, that sometimes the dead are summoned not for reverence, but for revenge. Today, the cadaver synod exists in the shadows of Catholic historia, a grotesque relic from a time when faith was wielded like a dagger. But its spirit lives on in every sealed document, every suppressed archive, every version of the truth edited for convenience. Because sometimes the church doesn't just silence the dead. Sometimes it speaks through them. But for all its grotesque spectacle, the cadaver synod is just one body in a graveyard of secrets. Because while Formosus was exhumed for political purposes, another legend suggests that the Vatican has long harbored a secret about an entire papacy that never officially existed. The papacy of a woman. A legend so persistent, so blasphemously seductive, that even today, the Vatican refuses to acknowledge its possibility. Next, we explore the myth, the scandal, and the mystery of Pope Joanthe, woman who may have sat on the throne of St. Peter, only to be erased from history by the very institution she led. The disappearance of Emanuela Orlandi. In the heart of the world's smallest country, surrounded by marble saints and bulletproof glass, a girl vanished without a trace. Not from a dark alley, not from some anonymous city block, but from Vatican City, the very epicenter of the Catholic Church, a place presumed to be one of the most secure and sacred sites on earth. Her name was Emanuela Orlandi. She was 15 years old, a citizen of Vatican City, the daughter of a mid-level employee in the prefecture of the papal household. She lived in an apartment just inside the walls of the Vatican, in a building owned by the church. Her life was quiet, routine, private. Until, one afternoon in 1983, she walked out of her music class in Rome and was never seen again. No body, no crime scene, no closure, only silence. And from that silence, 1,000 questions were born, none of them answered. The disappearance of Emanuela Orlandi is more than a cold case. It is a labyrinth, a swirling vortex of conspiracy, cover-up, and confusion, where each new clue opens into a deeper chamber of secrets. Over 4 decades later, it remains one of the Vatican's most disturbing unsolved mysteries. Not just because of what might have happened, but because of what still hasn't been said. Let's rewind to the beginning. It was the 22nd of June, 1983. Emanuela left home around 3:30 p.m. to attend her weekly flute lesson at the Tommaso Ludovico da Vittoria School, located near Piazza di Sant'Apollinare, just outside the Vatican walls. She was running a bit late. She called her sister from a payphone at 7 p.m. and mentioned something strange, that a man had approached her earlier that day, offering a job selling Avon cosmetics at a fashion show. She sounded uneasy. She said they'd talk more when she got home. She never came home. By 11 p.m., her family was panicking. They called police, Vatican officials, everyone they could reach, but no one seemed overly concerned. A teenage girl missing? She probably ran off, got caught up in something. She'd be back by morning. But she wasn't. And then, the phone calls started. Over the next few weeks, the Orlandi family received a series of cryptic calls from people claiming to know where Emanuela was. Some were anonymous. Some gave names like Mario and Pierluigi. The callers claimed Emanuela had voluntarily joined a religious group, or that she was with friends, or that she was being held as part of a hostage exchange. And that's when the narrative changed from a missing person case to something much darker. Because, according to the callers, Emanuela wasn't just missing, she was a bargaining chip. Specifically, they said she was being held in exchange for the release of Mehmet Ali, a Cathay Turkish man, who had attempted to assassinate Pope John Paul II in 1981. Aka had been arrested after firing 4 shots at the Pope in St. Peter's Square, striking him in the abdomen, right hand, and left arm. Miraculously, the Pope survived. Aka was imprisoned. But now, someone was demanding his release, and they were using a 15-year-old Vatican girl as leverage. The Vatican dismissed these calls as a hoax. So did Italian police. But the Orlandi family believed them. They were desperate. They pleaded with the church to investigate, to make a public appeal, to speak to the world. The Vatican refused. For decades, that silence would come to define the entire case. Because as the years dragged on, new theories emerged, and each one was worse than the last. The first theory, the political one, suggested that Emanuela had indeed been kidnapped by a group seeking to pressure the Vatican into releasing Aka. Some pointed to the Grey Wolves, a Turkish ultranationalist organization known for its ties to Aka. The logic was murky. Why target a Vatican citizen? Why a teenage girl? But the timing was suggestive. The threats were specific, and Aka himself from prison later claimed that she was alive and being held in a convent. He also said she had been abducted by the Bulgarian Secret Service on orders from the Kremlin. But Aka said a lot of things, and many of them were demonstrably false. The second theory turned inward toward the Vatican itself. This version, whispered through corridors of clerical power and splashed across tabloids, alleged that Emanuela had been the victim of a sex ring operating within the Vatican. A ring involving high-ranking church officials, diplomats, possibly even cardinals. According to this narrative, Emanuela had either witnessed something she shouldn't have, or had been deliberately targeted. She was taken, silenced, and hidden. In 2012, a new spark reignited the case. A leaked document, allegedly written by a Vatican cardinal, surfaced in Italian media. It appeared to be a memo discussing the expenses associated with Emanuela's care in foreign convents, hinting she had been moved across Europe under Vatican supervision. The church denounced it as a forgery. Then, in 2018, things escalated again. A journalist reported that the Vatican had received an anonymous tip. Emanuela's remains were buried inside the Teutonic Cemetery, a private Vatican burial ground adjacent to St. Peter's Basilica. The tip was specific to tombs beneath a statue of an angel holding a scroll. The Vatican agreed to open the tombs. Cameras rolled. The world watched. But when the marble was lifted, both tombs were empty. No coffins, no bones, no remains of the long-deceased German princesses who were supposed to be buried there, just stone and silence. It was a cosmic joke, or a message. Some speculated that the bodies had been moved recently to prevent discovery. Others believed the tombs had been empty for decades. A ruse, a red herring. Then came the ossuary. During the search, workers found a hidden room nearby an underground chamber filled with bones, human remains, dozens of individuals. The Vatican ordered DNA testing. The results were vague. The bones were ancient, centuries old. Not Emanuela. Not helpful. The trail went cold again. And always, through it all, the Vatican remained tight-lipped. They expressed sympathy, promised cooperation, but they refused to release internal documents. They denied any institutional involvement. They claimed they had nothing to hide. Which raises the question, if that's true, why so much hiding? Why did it take the Vatican 36 years to open its own files on the Orlandi case? Why did the family's repeated requests for transparency get stonewalled? Why did Vatican police do so little in the initial hours when time was most critical? Why were some areas of Vatican City never searched at all? It's not paranoia. It's a pattern. And that pattern points to something deeper in institutional instinct for secrecy. Not necessarily because of guilt, but because of habit. The Vatican is a kingdom of silence, a fortress built on discretion. For centuries, it has hidden scandals, redacted truths, and buried histories. To open the door on Emanuela Orlandi's case isn't just about finding a girl. It's about what else might come spilling out. Because this isn't just about a missing person. It's about money. About organized crime. About power. Some investigators believe the Orlandi case is tied to the Banco Ambrosiano scandal, a massive financial collapse in the 1980s that exposed deep connections between the Vatican Bank, the mafia, and shadowy offshore entities. The theory goes like this. Emanuela's father, Ercole Orlandi, worked for the Vatican Bank. He saw something, or said something, and his daughter was taken as a warning. It sounds outlandish until you remember what happened to Roberto Calvi, the president of Banco Ambrosiano. He was found hanging under Blackfriars Bridge in London in 1982. His death was ruled a suicide. Then later, murder. His pockets were full of cash, stones tied to his legs. He was nicknamed God's banker. The message was clear. And maybe that message extended to Vatican City itself. Still, the Orlandi family never gave up. Emanuela's brother, Pietro, became the public face of the search. For decades, he held vigils, filed lawsuits, appeared on talk shows. He begged the Vatican for answers. He marched through Rome with her photograph. He confronted cardinals. He met with Pope Benedict XVI, and later with Pope Francis. Francis reportedly told him, "Emanuela is in heaven," which is not an answer. It's a tombstone. And yet, despite everything the false leads, the botched investigations, the Vatican's evasions, the case remains open. In 2023, after renewed public pressure, the Vatican finally announced a new investigation. A prosecutor was appointed. Files were promised. But many believe it's too late. Too many years, too many lies, too many opportunities lost. And Emanuela? She remains frozen in time. A 15-year-old girl with thick glasses, a wide smile, and a plastic flute case. Her face appears on posters, graffiti, documentaries. Her name is whispered in the corners of cathedrals. She is a symbol, of secrecy, of injustice, of a mystery too dangerous to solve. Because maybe it's not just about what happened to her. Maybe it's about what finding out would reveal. About the Vatican. About its connections. About its capacity for silence. And in that silence, the echo of a final question. If the Church cannot protect one of its own, inside its own walls, under the watchful eyes of its own God, then, what is it protecting? The answer, perhaps, lies not in the living, but the dead. Because Emanuela's case is not the only papal mystery cloaked in shadow. Before her, another pope vanished, not from the public eye, but from the papal throne itself. A man who ruled for just 33 days, and then died in the night. Next, we examine the most controversial papal death in modern history, Pope John Paul I, and the suspicious circumstances surrounding his brief and final reign. Mysterious deaths of popes. Pope John Paul I. He was called the Smiling Pope. Albino Luciani, a man of gentle demeanor, sharp intellect, and disarming humility. When he stepped out onto the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica in August 1978, newly elected and stunned, he greeted the crowds not with bombast, but with bashfulness. There were no papal theatrics, no grandiloquent blessings, just a soft-spoken Venetian, blinking in the Roman sun, overwhelmed by the weight of a 2000-year-old throne. He took the name John Paul II hybrid title, honoring his two predecessors, and with it, he inherited the darkest chapter of the Church's modern legacy. But then, 33 days later, he was dead. Just like that. No warning, no illness, no final words. Just a body, found slumped in bed in the early hours of the 29th of September, 1978. The official cause? Heart attack. The unofficial explanation? A Vatican cover-up. Because from the moment Pope John Paul I died, the narrative became a tangled knot of contradictions, omissions, and secrecy. A tapestry of errors so egregious that even the most devout Catholics began to whisper, was it really natural? Or was it something else? Let's begin with the facts, or what little we know of them. At approximately 5 a.m., Sister Vincenza, the Pope's personal aide, knocked on the door of his papal apartment to deliver his morning coffee. No answer. She waited, knocked again. Nothing. Finally, she entered the room and found the Pope seated upright in bed, his reading glasses still on, a stack of papers in his hands, lifeless. The Vatican was immediately alerted, and from that moment on, the story began to shift. First, the Vatican claimed that John Paul I had been discovered by a male secretary, not the nun. This turned out to be false. The change was likely made to avoid the awkward optics of a woman being alone in the Pope's private quarters. Then, confusion reigned over who was notified first. The Vatican press office wasn't informed for hours. The public announcement came late in the morning, by which time rumors had already begun to spiral. No autopsy was performed. That decision alone sparked outrage. The Vatican claimed it was unnecessary. Italian law didn't require an autopsy for Vatican deaths, and the Pope had allegedly suffered from low blood pressure. But John Paul I had no known history of heart disease. No signs of distress the night before. He had just met with cardinals, laughed with aides, and even joked about upcoming changes. What changes? That's where the conspiracy begins. Because in those 33 days, Pope John Paul I had already made enemies. Serious ones. He was reportedly planning a sweeping purge of the Vatican hierarchy, a house cleaning of corruption, nepotism, and secrecy. Rumors swirled that he had compiled a list names of cardinals, bishops, and financial operatives linked to scandals within the Vatican Bank. He had voiced alarm over the growing influence of Masonic lodges in church affairs, a taboo topic. Some say he was preparing to dismantle the shady financial network that had ensnared the Vatican for decades. That network led directly to the Istituto per le Opere di Religionezza Vatican Bank. At the time, the bank was entangled in a web of financial deals, criminal partnerships, and shadowy investments. One of its chief figures was Archbishop Paul Marcinkus, an American prelate known for his size, power, and iron grip on Vatican finances. Marcinkus had deep ties to Roberto Calvi, the aforementioned God's banker, who later turned up dead beneath a bridge in London, pockets stuffed with bricks. According to some insiders, Pope John Paul I had grown increasingly disturbed by what he was learning. He had asked questions, demanded reports, even suggested that Marcinkus be removed. Then, he died. Coincidence? Maybe. But the Vatican's behavior afterward only deepened suspicion. There was no death certificate, no clear timeline, conflicting reports about whether the Pope had complained of chest pain the night before. One cardinal claimed he'd received a phone call from John Paul I late that evening, sounding upbeat and determined. Another said the Pope had been writing notes at his desk until nearly midnight. And then there's the paper. When his body was discovered, he was holding a sheaf of documents. Some say it was a sermon draft. Others claim it was a list of pending appointments. But one persistent rumor alleges it was a dossier containing names, allegations, and plans to root out corruption within the Curia. That paper was never seen again. Gone. Like the Pope himself. Was it just Vatican clumsiness, bureaucratic panic, or something worse? Theories blossomed, and one name appeared again and again: Propaganda Duor, P2. P2 was a clandestine Masonic lodge operating in Italy, composed of high-ranking politicians, military leaders, businessmen, and, allegedly, Vatican officials. Its influence ran deep. So deep, in fact, that the Italian government eventually outlawed it. Journalists who investigated P2 were threatened. Some disappeared. Others turned up dead. And within Vatican circles, it was whispered that Pope John Paul I had discovered Masonic infiltration within the Church, possibly even within the College of Cardinals, that he had planned to expose them. And that someone, somewhere, decided he wouldn't live to do it. The Vatican has never responded to these claims. They don't need to. Their silence is the firewall. But in 1984, British author David Yallop published a bombshell book, In God's Name, laying out in detail the theory that Pope John Paul I was murdered. Yallop named names, described methods. He suggested the Pope may have been poisoned, possibly with digitalis, a drug that could induce a heart attack without leaving obvious traces. The book sold millions. The Vatican condemned it as fiction, but the questions never went away. Because beyond the conspiracy, beyond the tangled mess of Masons and bankers and cardinals, lies the human tragedy of Albino Luciani, a man who never sought power, who walked humbly, who refused to be crowned with the traditional papal tiara, who insisted on using I instead of the papal we, who once told a friend, before his election, that the idea of becoming pope filled him with dread. I am not the man, he said. Maybe he wasn't. Or maybe he was the only man capable of breaking the spell of Vatican silence, financial rot, and ritualized power. And that made him dangerous. It's tempting to mythologize, to cast him as a martyr, the last good pope, the one who got too close to the truth. But we'll never know. Because the Vatican won't reopen the case, won't exhume the body, won't release the documents. They've canonized him, declared him blessed, turned his life into a miracle. That, in their eyes, is enough. But sanctity is not the same as clarity. And sainthood doesn't answer questions. Like, who saw him last? Why wasn't an autopsy done? What happened to the documents in his hand? And above all, who benefited from his death? The answer lies buried, not just in the Vatican grottos where his body rests, but in the 52 miles of archives above, in the memos, letters, transcripts, and files that no one is allowed to see. And if the death of one pope can vanish into that silence, what else has? Because John Paul I isn't the only pope to die under suspicious circumstances. There are others. Urban VI, who allegedly tortured cardinals. Clement II, possibly poisoned. John XII, rumored to have died in bed with a married woman. The papal office may be infallible. But the men who wear the robe? Mortal, fallible, vulnerable? Sometimes too vulnerable. And if the Vatican is capable of concealing the suspicious death of a modern pope, imagine what else it might hide. Not just about death, but about damnation. Because, while some mysteries are buried, others are summoned. In the next chapter, we delve into one of the most secretive tribunals in church history. An institution so veiled in ritual and silence that most Catholics have never heard of it, yet it holds the power to forgive sins no other priest can touch. They call it the Apostolic Penitentiary, and its secrets are darker than confession. If 7 layers deep into Vatican secrets hasn't scared you off yet, you're exactly the kind of person we make this for. Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss what's coming next. It only gets darker from here. And hey, while we're cracking codes, drop your location and the time where you're watching this. Is it 3 a.m. and you're still wide-eyed in Warsaw? Or lunchtime lurking in Lima? Let's see who else is on this late-night pilgrimage. The Apostolic Penitentiary. In the Vatican's sprawling architecture of secrecy, where marble masks lies and silence is mistaken for sanctity, there exists an office so obscure, so theologically arcane, that most Catholics have never even heard of it. And those who have, speak of it only in whispers. It is not a court in the traditional sense. There are no televised trials, no gavel, no defense lawyers, or dramatic cross-examinations. There is only sin so grave, so rare, so soul-staining that it cannot be forgiven by any priest, not by a bishop, not even by most cardinals. Only by the Pope, or, more precisely, by the hidden priests who serve in his name. Welcome to the Apostolic Penitentiary, the most secret tribunal in the Catholic Church, and arguably the strangest legal institution on earth. Founded in the 12th century but formalized in its current form by Pope Alexander III in the late 1100s, the Apostolic Penitentiary is often described as the Tribunal of Mercy, but its name, steeped in the aesthetics of ancient justice, betrays something more severe. Penitentiary. The very word drips with carceral resonance. It evokes steel bars, chains, guilt. It doesn't sound like a court of mercy, it sounds like a spiritual prison. And in some ways, it is. This office deals with sins so rare, so canonically catastrophic, that their absolution is reserved for the highest levels of church authority. We're not talking about everyday misdeeds, no jealousy, no gossip, no missed Sunday Mass. We're talking about reserved sins. Sins that strike at the very heart of Catholic doctrine, acts so corrosive, they fracture the ritual scaffolding of salvation itself. Among them, desecrating the Eucharist, i.e., throwing away or defiling the consecrated host, physically assaulting the Pope, violating the seal of confession, a priest revealing what a penitent has confessed, absolving an accomplice in a sexual sin, a priest who commits a sexual sin and then tries to absolve the person they sinned with. Attempting to ordain a woman as a priest. These are not just sins, they are spiritual nuclear events. And when they occur, they trigger a canonical lockdown. Local clergy are forbidden to handle them. The sinner must appeal directly through an elaborate, secretive procesto, the Apostolic Penitentiary. If approved, the sinner may be granted absolution. If not, they remain spiritually excommunicated, cut off from the sacramental life of the Church. Let's talk process. The penitentiary is located within the Apostolic Palace, not far from the papal apartments, but spiritually and procedurally, it exists in another dimension. It is headed by the Major Penitentiary, one of the highest-ranking cardinals in the Vatican. His identity is known, but his actions are not. His role is to safeguard the internal forum of the Church, the realm of conscience, confession, and moral judgment that lives beneath the surface of public doctrine. Cases are submitted in writing, always anonymously. Even the sinner's name is redacted. The details are typed, translated into Latin, and stripped of any identifying markers. The purpose is not to prosecute, but to judge in silence, mercy rendered in darkness. Once the documents arrive, they are reviewed by a team of theologians and canon lawyers. They debate the nature of the sin, its gravity, its contrition. If absolution is granted, it is communicated back to the confessor, not the penitent, who then delivers the forgiveness under seal of confidentiality. Nothing is recorded publicly. No trace is kept in any register that can be accessed. The entire process is cloaked in such thick secrecy that even the Pope is technically not allowed to know the identities of those involved. And that raises the first terrifying question. Why? Why build a tribunal so secret, so labyrinthine, so immunized against transparency? The official answer: to protect the dignity of conscience, to safeguard the inner sanctum of moral repentance from public scrutiny. The unofficial answer: because if the truth came out, it would shake the church to its marble foundations. Let's consider a hypothetical: a priest commits one of the reserved sins. Say he assaults someone sexually, then tries to absolve the victim in confession. That's not just a crime, it's a canonical abomination. But under the rules of the penitentiary, the name of the offender can be omitted. The bishop may not be notified. Civil authorities are not involved. If the priest seeks absolution through the tribunal, and it is granted, the case disappears into the fog. No accountability, no justice, only forgiveness. The sin is washed away, but the damage remains. Now, multiply that by centuries. Because this office has existed for nearly a millennium. Think about what that means. How many priests have confessed to unspeakable acts, received absolution, and returned to ministry with a clean spiritual record? We'll never know, because the Vatican keeps no public statistics. And the major penitentiary rarely speaks. When he does, it's in careful theological riddles. In 2009, Cardinal James Francis Stafford briefly discussed the office's work, noting that the cases often involve extremely serious matters of conscience, but when pressed for examples, he declined. As he must. The seal is absolute. But the implications are chilling, because the Apostolic Penitentiary doesn't just deal with sin, it deals with power. It is the Vatican's internal bleach, its moral reset button, the place where the worst things imaginable are spiritually resolved, without ever becoming real to the outside world. And perhaps most unsettling of all, it also grants indulgences. Yes, indulgences. Those infamous remnants of medieval theology that once sparked a reformation. The idea that spiritual punishment in purgatory can be reduced by prayer, pilgrimage, or paperwork. The Apostolic Penitentiary oversees the granting of plenary indulgences, total forgiveness of temporal punishment due to sin. In 2000, the Great Jubilee year, the office was flooded with requests. Millions of Catholics walked through holy doors in cathedrals around the world, believing they were erasing lifetimes of purgatorial suffering with each step. And who signed off on that theology? The Apostolic Penitentiary. But while indulgences are publicly advertised, the tribunal's darker function remains hidden, tucked behind layers of canon law and marble corridors, known only to a few. This secrecy raises another question. Has the Apostolic Penitentiary ever been used as a political tool? What if a confession touches not only on personal sin, but on church crimes? What if a bishop confesses to covering up abuse, or a cardinal confesses to conspiring against a papal successor? What happens to those cases? Do they disappear? Do they rise? Or are they stored buried in filing cabinets labeled in Latin, sealed with red wax, and hidden in the one place even the Vatican's fiercest watchdogs cannot enter? The archive. Because here's the uncomfortable truth. The Apostolic Penitentiary and the Vatican secret archives are not separate kingdoms. They are branches of the same tree. One purges sin, the other purges history. And when used together, they create a perfect storm of plausible deniability. The tribunal absolves the soul. The archive erases the record, and the world never knows. This is not an accident. It's theology weaponized as policy. And the real horror? It's all legal. Every process, every decree, every hidden document exists within the canon law of the Church. No secrets are technically being kept, only safeguarded. No crimes are being covered, only sins forgiven. The distinction is theological, but the consequences are real. Real victims, real pain, real blood. And while the faithful pray in candlelit chapels, behind closed doors, a tribunal in the Vatican whispers over sins too shameful for daylight. No press, no jury, no voice for the harmed. Just mercy. Sanctified, sterilized, sealed. Forever. In the end, the apostolic penitentiary is not just a tribunal, it's a paradox. A court that offers forgiveness without exposure. A process that heals the penitent but not the wound. A place where the most damning acts are met with the softest response, silence. But the tribunal is not the only Vatican structure wrapped in ritual and secrecy. Because while some sins are hidden in files, others are hidden in art, in architecture, in symbols carved into ceilings and painted into saints' eyes. Next, we turn to the ornate walls of the Vatican itself to explore the hidden symbols and messages in art and architecture, and the question they whisper: what truth has been painted over for centuries, hiding in plain sight? Hidden symbols and messages in art and architecture. Walk through the Vatican and you're overwhelmed deliberately. Every inch, every tile, every corner radiates with divine authority. It's not just a city, it's a performance. A 110-acre stage where marble and pigment do the preaching. Angels ascend on ceiling frescoes. Saints suffer in sculpted agony. Gold drips from every altar like blood from the Sacred Heart. It's a spectacle, but also a distraction. Because beneath the splendor, beneath the brushstrokes and the statuary, something else moves. Symbols, codes, messages. And if you know where to look and how to look, the Vatican begins to speak in a different voice, one not bound by catechism, but by iconography, a visual lexicon whispered through oil and stone, one that suggests there's another story layered beneath the one we're told. Let's start in the Sistine Chapel. Michelangelo's masterwork, the ceiling that changed Western art. It's celebrated for its technical genius, its anatomical detail, its theological narrative. But linger on certain elements too long and reverence becomes suspicion. Take the creation of Adam, arguably the most iconic image in Christian art. God reaches out from a swirling cloud of angels and cherubs, fingers extended toward Adam, the moment before life, a divine spark. But look closer. That cloud God emerges from, it's not just a cloud. Anatomists have long noted that its shape and internal components mirror the human brain. The cerebrum, cerebellum, even the vertebral artery are rendered with startling precision. Michelangelo, remember, was an anatomist. He dissected corpses in secret. He knew exactly what he was painting. So what was he saying? That God is a construct of the mind? That the divine lives not above but within? It's theological dynamite coated in fresco, protected by beauty. And it's not the only one. Move to the Last Judgment, painted years later, on the altar wall of the same chapel. It's a massive, terrifying composition Christ at the center, resurrecting the dead, casting souls to heaven or hell. But look at the figure of Saint Bartholomew. He's holding a flayed human skin, the symbol of his martyrdom. It dangles like a grotesque cloak, but the face on that skin? It's Michelangelo's own. A self-portrait, trapped in skin, dangling between salvation and damnation. Why? Was it humility? Was it rage? Was it a confession? The message is unclear, but the symbolism is surgical. Michelangelo wasn't alone. Take Raphael's School of Athens, located in the Vatican's Apostolic Palace, a pagan feast of philosophy, painted at the heart of a Christian institution. Plato and Aristotle dominate the center, flanked by Pythagoras, Euclid, Ptolemy. No crosses, no halos, no mention of Christ. And yet, This painting sits just meters away from rooms housing the Pope. Why? Because it's not just a celebration of knowledge, it's a quiet revolution. Raphael snuck in likenesses of contemporaries, Leonardo as Plato, Michelangelo as Heraclitus, even himself peering from the sidelines. He weaved secular genius into sacred space. He blurred the line between revelation and reason. And the Church let him. Or maybe needed him. Because the Vatican's greatest secret may be this, that it has always hidden truth inside beauty. It buries contradiction beneath spectacle, heterodoxy beneath harmony. You don't banish dangerous ideas. You frame them, you hang them on the wall, and you wait. Let's go deeper. Into the Borgia apartments, the private chambers of Pope Alexander VI, one of the most scandalous pontiffs in history. The walls here are painted with a swirling, pagan mysticism. The Egyptian goddess Isis, the bull god Apis, zodiac signs, alchemical symbols. In the private rooms of the Pope, painted by Pinturicchio at the Pope's own request. These aren't Christian motifs. They're esoteric, Gnostic, Hermetic, a visual fusion of pre-Christian spirituality and post-Christian theology. It's as if the Vatican wasn't hiding paganism but embracing it. Why? Because at the core of every empire, spiritual or temporalis, the need to control narratives. And the Vatican has always been a master of this. It didn't destroy paganism. It absorbed it, rebranded it, rewrote it. Roman temples became churches. Mithraic rites became Eucharist rituals. Sol Invictus became the birthday of Christ. What's one more symbol on a wall? Move outside to St. Peter's Square. At its center, an Egyptian obelisk. A 4,000-year-old monument originally built for the sun god Ra. It was brought to Rome under Caligula. The early Christians would have seen it as a symbol of empire and paganism. Now it stands at the center of Catholicism, flanked by Bernini's sweeping colonnadia giant embrace, the pagan pillar, now a cross-topped monument to Christian dominance. Or so they say. But that obelisk? It's not just decorative. It's positioned precisely, aligned with solar events. The piazza functions as a massive solar clock, casting shadows that mark the time of day and the seasons. Sunlight, shadows, symbols, geometry, in the service of God. Or is it the other way around? Bernini's architecture is full of these secrets. In the baldachin above St. Peter's tomb, twisted columns spiral upward like DNA strands 200 years before DNA was discovered. The design mirrors the ancient columns of Solomon's temple, said to hold esoteric wisdom. Carved into its bronze surfaces are bees, symbol of the Barberini family, laurel leaves, victory, and serpentine viney symbols of regeneration, duality, temptation. Every inch whispers something. Even the floor. The Vatican's floors are mosaics of geometric patterns, labyrinthine in design. Many are based on cosmati technicia, medieval Italian style that incorporates sacred geometry, meant to reflect the divine order of the universe. Walk across them, and you're treading on a map of metaphysical balance. This isn't just art. It's theology in code. Then there's the Vatican Library. Beyond the known stacks lie maps and manuscripts that suggest the Church knew about certain geographical realities long before secular explorers did. Charts of the stars with pre-telescopic accuracy. Anatomical drawings centuries before the Enlightenment. Alchemical symbols, Kabbalistic diagrams. Did the Church suppress these? Or did it simply house them, knowing that power lies in controlling not truth, but access to truth? Because in the end, that's the real message of Vatican art. Access is everything. The secrets are in plain sight, but only if you've been taught to read them. It's why visitors marvel at the Sistine Chapel. Without understanding, they're staring at a blasphemy disguised as holiness. Why scholars analyze Raphael's frescoes without questioning why pagan philosophers were canonized in paint, why pilgrims kneel before obelisks without knowing they were once altars to Ra. This isn't deception, it's design. Because art, unlike doctrine, is slippery. It allows the church to have it both ways. To preach monotheism while displaying pagan iconography, to celebrate saints while painting self-portraits into their flesh, to affirm orthodoxy while embedding esoterica in every brushstroke. The Vatican has always known that power lies not just in what is said but in what is shown and what is not explained. Because if you explain too much, the mystery dies. And without mystery, the spell is broken. But some symbols can't be hidden forever. Take the recurring motif of the pine cone found in ancient Assyrian temples, Egyptian carvings, and prominently in the Vatican's Cortile della Pina, Court of the Pine Cone. A massive bronze pine cone sculpture sits in the courtyard, flanked by peacocks. Officially, it's just a Roman fountain. But in esoteric traditions, the pine cone represents the pineal gland, the third eye, the gateway to divine knowledge. Why is it sitting in the center of the Vatican's courtyard? Just coincidence? Or just another message sculpted in bronze, left to oxidize in the sun? There's one more symbol that haunts the halls. The labyrinth. Hidden in floor patterns, reflected in architectural symmetry, a motif of journey and return, confusion and clarity. It appears in mosaics, in garden paths, in ceiling layouts. It's not just decoration, it's a metaphor. For the church, for the human soul, for the Vatican itself. A place where the faithful wander, searching for answers, only to find more corridors, more symbols, more silence. And yet, the path is never random. It's designed. Because the church doesn't just paint truth, it curates it. It shows you what you're allowed to see, and hides what it doesn't want questioned. But even hidden truths have shadows. And some shadows are darker than symbols, deeper than architecture. Some are subterranean. Beneath the chapels, beneath the museums, beneath the frescoed ceilings and bronze saints, lies a tunnel, a secret corridor, an escape route used by popes in times of peril. A path that leads not to salvation, but to survival. Next, we descend into the cobbled stones and locked passageways of the Passetto di Borgothe, Vatican's secret corridor of escape, and the mysteries buried in its walls. The Passetto di Borgo. It begins like something out of a Dan Brown novel, except it's real. Not speculation, not allegory, a wall, a corridor, a lifeline. They call it the Passetto di Borgo, or simply the Little Passage, an 800-meter elevated tunnel of stone and shadow that runs like a secret artery from St. Peter's Basilica to Castel Sant'Angelo, the towering fortress that looms over the Tiber River like an ancient sentinel. From above, it looks like part of the city wall, unremarkable to tourists who pass beneath it. But within those narrow confines lies one of the Vatican's oldest escape plans. Built in the 13th century, possibly atop even older Roman routes, the Passetto was never just architecture, it was contingency. A corridor carved from fear, a backup plan for when divine protection failed. Because for all its holiness, the Vatican has always been a fortress, and every fortress needs an exit. The Passetto was used famously in 1527, during the sack of Rome, when the armies of Emperor Charles' Veronically Catholic troops turned on the Pope himself. Rome descended into chaos. Blood filled the streets. Churches were looted, priests butchered, over 40,000 citizens slaughtered, and Pope Clement VII, he vanished. Not into thin air, but into the Passetto. As mercenaries tore through the Vatican, killing Swiss guards down to their last man, Clement slipped into the corridor. He emerged hours later behind the fortified walls of Castel Sant'Angelo, shaken but alive. The passage had worked. The Pope had fled. But the Pasetto isn't just a tunnel, it's a threshold. Between sacred and secular. Between palace and prison. Between the illusion of divine protection and the grim necessity of real-world strategy. And its existence raises uncomfortable questions. Why does the Vicar of Christ need an escape tunnel? What kinds of threats was the Vatican preparing for? Who else might have used it? And what, if anything, has it been used for since? The official answer: the Pasetto is a relic, a historical artifact, a monument to an age of sword and siege. It is no longer used, merely preserved. But step inside it if you're ever granted permission, and the air tells a different story. It's not just dusty. It's quiet, too quiet, like a throat holding back a scream. The walls are thick, the ceiling low. It twists, serpent-like, through the Borgo district, just above the heads of unsuspecting tourists. The window's narrow slits are designed not for light, but for archers. This was a corridor designed to be defended, to be held at all costs. Even today, there are rumors of hidden doors within the passage, secret exits into side chapels, trapdoors leading into catacombs, vaults sealed off since the Renaissance. Some believe that during World War II, high-ranking clergy used the Pasetto to transport Jewish refugees out of the Vatican undetected. Others say the passage was used more recently to move sensitive persons or objects discreetly, away from the cameras and crowds. Is it still operational? The Vatican won't say. The passage is rarely open to the public. When it is, access is limited, supervised, and fragmentary. Only a portion is visible. The rest sealed, maintained, yes, but silent. And that silence is telling. Because corridors like the Pasetto aren't just about retreat, they're about control. Control of movement, of narrative, of exposure. If a pope needs to disappear into a fortress, a helicopter, or a waiting carhay doesn't walk through St. Peter's Square, he uses the Pasetto. Or whatever modern equivalent now serves that same ancient function. And the Vatican is very good at modernizing ancient functions. But here's where the legend fractures into something deeper. Some say the Pasetto was never just a physical tunnel, that beneath either parallel to it runs another passage, one not listed on any map. A ritual corridor, used not for escape, but for initiation. The theory goes like this. In the Middle Ages, certain clergy were inducted into secret rites not officially recognized by the Church, but tolerated by it. These ceremonies required isolation, silence, and sacred geometry. The Pasetto, with its precise length, height, and curvature, allegedly matched ancient architectural codes used in pre-Christian mystery schools. Sound absurd? Not if you consider how often the Church has repurposed the symbols and spaces of the very heresies it claimed to destroy. Remember, the Vatican absorbed the temples of Rome, the holidays of the pagans, the symbols of the occult. The Pasetto might be a continuation of that logica spiritual corridor as much as a logistical one. Others believe the corridor houses more than just dust and memory. Smugglers once used it. During the Renaissance, it's said that crates of forbidden books were moved through the Pasetto under cover of night. Texts by Galileo, pagan manuscripts, heretical gospels. One tale, persistently whispered among Vatican guides, tells of a black chest moved through the tunnel during the papacy of Pius IX. The chest was said to contain living cargo, a prisoner. Who or what was inside remains unclear. The chest was never opened publicly. It was taken into Castel Sant'Angelo. It never came out. Is the story true? No one knows. But it's not the only one. There are reports, unconfirmed, of course, that the Pasetto has been used to move relics in times of unrest. When mobs threatened the Vatican during the unification of Italy, when Mussolini's black shirts turned unpredictable, when Allied bombs fell too close to same time. Peter's dome art, documents, and holy objects were allegedly funneled through the tunnel and hidden within the fortress. The logic is simple. If the Vatican is ever compromised, the Church must protect its memory. And that memory is physical scrolls, bones, artifacts, confessions. If even one relic suggests a different truth than the one preached from the altar, it must be saved or suppressed. And that brings us to the heart of the mystery. The Vatican has always treated knowledge the way other empires treat treasure. It hoards it, guards it, moves it at night. And the Pasetto is its armored courier. That's why it matters. Because it's not just about what has moved through that passage, it's about what might still be down there. Are there sections walled off? Hidden rooms? Cryptic inscriptions? Every few years, a rumor resurfaces that a lower level of the Pasetto exists, a sub-passage, one that intersects with the ancient Roman sewer systems and early Christian catacombs. A corridor that predates the 13th century structure used by early popes to flee Nero's persecutions. Archaeologists have tried to trace it, but the Vatican doesn't allow excavations near the corridor, not without permission, and permission is rarely granted. Because the Church guards its arteries. The Pasetto, then, is not just a historical curiosity, it is a living system, a physical embodiment of the Vatican's dual nature, divine on the surface, strategic beneath. It's a reminder that popes are not just shepherds, they are sovereigns. That behind the theology is the machinery of survival. And it's also a metaphor. A passage hidden in plain sight, used only in times of crisis, denied until it's needed, and then disappeared into. Like so many other things in the Vatican. Because if the Pasetto is real, concrete, traceable, undeniable, what other corridors are metaphorical? What other tunnels exist in doctrine, in archives, in ritual? Ways of moving knowledge without detection, truth without revelation, history without consequence. The Pasetto is the visible one. But there are others. And some of them go much deeper. Into places not even the Church will admit exist. Like the subterranean vaults beneath the Vatican Library, the deepest, most inaccessible archives in the world. Some say that within those chambers, hidden beneath layers of rock and time, are texts that were never meant to be read, not just forgotten gospels, but writings that defy scripture, predict the future, or record visitations from beings not of this world. Because when you've secured an escape route from earthly danger, what about danger from the stars? Next, we examine the most outlandish and controversial artifact ever linked to the Vatican, a machine said to transcend time, to look backwards, to observe the crucifixion, the resurrection, history itself like film. They call it the chronovisor. And according to those who claim to have seen it, the Vatican didn't just invent it. They hid it. The chronovisor. Buried within the fog bank of Vatican legend is a story so far-fetched, so defiantly weird, that even seasoned conspiracy theorists hesitate before saying it out loud. A time machine. Not metaphorical, not allegorical. A real device built, tested, operated then, buried under layers of secrecy so thick it may never be proven. A device that could, allegedly, allow its user to see through the fabric of time, not to travel through it, but to observe it, to witness any moment in history, replayed like archival footage on a cosmic reel. They called it the chronovisor, and according to the stories, the Vatican built it. Let's start with the man at the center of the myth, Father Pellegrino Ernetti. A Benedictine monk, musicologist, and exorcist with a sharp mind and a sharp tongue. He taught at the Benedetto Marcello Conservatory in Venice and was respected in academic circles for his work on Gregorian chants and ancient musical notation. But Father Ernetti also had another claim to fame. He whispered only to a select few. In the 1950s, he said, he was recruited by a group of scientists and priests working on a secret Vatican project. Among them, Nobel laureate physicist Enrico Fermi and aerospace engineer Wernher von Braun, the man who would go on to build NASA's Saturn V rocket. Their mission? To construct a device capable of viewing past events by capturing the electromagnetic residues they believed lingered in the fabric of spacetime. The idea was that every action, every word, every gesture left a permanent trace, like heat from a burned-out bulb. If you could tune into those frequencies, you could see history. It was audacious. It was insane. It was plausible? According to Ernetti, the group succeeded. The machine, dubbed the chronovisor, was the size of a large cabinet. It was made of cathode ray tubes, dials, antennae, and strange alloys not publicly named. It looked like a Cold War relica Frankenstein of science and mysticism. But it worked. And what did they see? This is where the story explodes into cosmic high weirdness. Ernetti claimed they observed Christ's crucifixion. Not artist renditions, not visions, but the actual event. They watched Jesus stumble through Jerusalem, watched him nailed to the cross, watched him die. They also allegedly viewed the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, Cicero delivering speeches in the Roman Senate, Napoleon at Waterloo. A performance of a long-lost Latin play Thyestes by Quintus Ennius, which Ernetti later claimed to reconstruct from memory, sparking intense academic debate. It sounds impossible, absurd, blasphemous. But here's where things get strange. In 1972, an Italian newspaper, La Domenica del Corriere, ran an article about the chronovisor. It included a photograph, a grainy black and white image allegedly captured from the device. It showed a man in agony, eyes turned upward, mouth twisted in suffering. The Vatican never confirmed the image, but it never denied it either. That photograph was later debunked, allegedly traced to a 20th century sculptor's rendering of Christ, a reproduction, a hoax. But if it was a hoax, why did Ernetti insist it wasn't? Why, on his deathbed, did he stand by the story? And why did the Vatican issue a cryptic statement shortly after the article's publication, warning that anyone using such a device would be violating the sanctity of divine time, a bizarre and telling phrase? Critics dismissed the entire saga as science fiction. Ernetti was accused of delusion, attention-seeking, or senility. The photograph was mocked. The play transcript he published under his own name was dismissed as forgery. But others weren't so sure. Because the Vatican, remember, never disclosed the device's existence. But it also never buried it. And that's the Vatican's move when something is real. Not outright denial, just silence, ambiguity, enough room for doubt to become belief. So let's assume for a moment that the chronovisor existed. What then? The implications are monstrous. With such a device, the Church could settle historical disputes with precision, authenticate relics, confirm miracles, refute heresies, watch the Council of Nicaea, observe the resurrection, even view the original authorship of controversial scriptures. It would be the ultimate ecclesiastical weapon, a theological microscope. But it would also be a liability. Because what if the crucifixion didn't happen the way Scripture says? What if the resurrection looked more metaphorical than miraculous? What if Peter never reached Rome? What if Jesus wasn't alone on that hill? A device that sees through time also sees through doctrine, and that is dangerous. Which brings us to the Vatican's alleged response. According to those close to Ernetti and later, Vatican insiders who dared to comment, the chronovisor was dismantled. Dismantled, disassembled, hidden. The reason? Too powerful, too unpredictable, too subversive. If it were revealed, The very structure of the church could unravel, because faith, after all, relies on mystery. The chronovisor destroys mystery. It turns the divine into data. And in the world of theology, certainty is heresy. But what if it wasn't destroyed? What if the church, rather than dismantling it, simply relocated it? The Vatican is notorious for moving sensitive objects. Unlabeled crates, sealed vaults, archives under review. Some believe the device is still functional. Maintained in a sub-basement laboratory below the Vatican Library, accessed by a coded elevator, guarded by oath-bound clergy scientists, a handful of men who hold the keys to the past. Or maybe it's not in Rome at all. Some claim the chronovisor was smuggled out during the papacy of John Paul II, fearing theft by intelligence agencies. Others say it was handed off to the Jesuits known for their global reach and deep involvement in scientific research. There are even rumors wild, apocalyptic, that the device has seen the future, that it was used to observe not only history, but prophecy, events yet to unfold, the end of times, the rise of new empires, a second coming, or a final judgment. And that's why it was hidden, not because of what it showed about the past, but because of what it showed about what's coming. A few voices, former insiders, have hinted at this. In a 1990s interview, Father Malachi Martin, former Vatican insider and author of Windswept House, suggested that the church possessed knowledge so horrifying it could collapse society. When asked if he meant extraterrestrial contact, he said, "No, worse." He never explained. He died in 1999 under what some call suspicious circumstances. But the question lingers. If the Vatican had a way to observe the crucifixion, would they tell us? If they had evidence, actual visual proof that Jesus lived and died and rose, or didn't, would they release it? Or would they lock it away? Not because it disproves the faith, but because it makes the faith irrelevant. Because if you can rewind God like a video, if you can pause the passion, slow down the resurrection, you no longer need belief. You have footage. You've replaced faith with forensics. And the church cannot survive that. So maybe the chronovisor was destroyed. Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's still down there, humming softly in a dark Vatican vault, projecting spectral images onto a wall scenes from Eden, from Calvary, from the Council of Trent. Maybe the device is now more myth than mechanism. Maybe it never existed. But even if it didn't, its story still matters. Because it speaks to our deepest fear and deepest desire, to know, to stop guessing, to stop believing, to watch. But the Vatican isn't ready for that. It prefers its secrets sealed, its history curated, its truth in layers. The chronovisor? It rips those layers off. It makes everything visible. And in the Vatican, visibility is the one sin too dangerous to forgive. But this isn't the only tale of knowledge hoarded and light hidden. Because long before anyone claimed to build a time machine, the church was already deciding which books belonged to God and which books needed to disappear. Next, we unravel the dark literary purge that still echoes in the margins of modern Bibles. The missing books from the Bibleland. The question no priest wants to answer. What did God say that we weren't allowed to read? The missing books from the Bible. Every hotel drawer, every church pew, every devout home within, each sits a Bible, bound in leather or faux leather or battered paperback, page after page of translated verse. Genesis to Revelation, a sacred spine. But here's the question no one wants to ask. Who decided what made the cut? Because the Bible, contrary to what some believe, did not descend fully formed from the heavens. It was compiled, curated, edited, redacted, the result of centuries of political maneuvering, theological brawls, and ideological warfare. And along the way books vanished. Some were left out deliberately, others were lost, only to be found again centuries later in desert caves or beneath church ruins. A few remain ghosts whispered in Apocrypha, referenced by prophets, but never seen. And the Vatican knows more than it says. Let's begin in the year 1684. Pope Clement XI, a man of contradiction, patron of art, scourge of heresy. That year, under his watch, 14 books were formally removed from the Bible's standard edition. Not minor footnotes, whole books. Gone. Among them, 1 and 2 Esdras, Tobit, Judith, the Wisdom of Solomon, Ecclesiasticus, Sirach, Baruch, the Prayer of Manasseh, 1 and 2 Maccabees. Additions to Daniel and Esther. These weren't fringe texts. They had been considered sacred for centuries, included in the Septuagint, the Greek Old Testament used by early Christians, quoted by church fathers, preached from pulpits, and then erased. The reasons given were doctrinal clarity, to standardize the canon, to avoid confusion. But the Vatican has always favored control over clarity. And these books were problematic because they didn't fit the narrative. Take the Wisdom of Solomon. It describes the soul's journey through reincarnation, a concept now heretical in Christian doctrine. Take 2 Maccabees, which speaks openly of prayers for the dead and the concept of purgatory, too Catholic for Protestants, too theological minefield for reformers. Or Baruch, which contains a prophecy about the Babylonian exile that directly contradicts the timeline used by church historians. Then there's Esdras. In 2 Esdras, also known as 4 Ezra, the text prophesies the return of an unseen Messiah, not as a man of peace, but as a cosmic avenger. Fire, destruction, heavenly armies. It's apocalyptic sci-fi wrapped in scripture. And it was once included in early English Bibles before being quietly phased out. Who made that call? Rome. Because the Church does not simply interpret the Word of God. It decides what qualifies. And for centuries, that decision was made behind Vatican doors. But let's go deeper. Because the books removed in 1684 weren't the first to disappear, throughout the early centuries of Christianity, there was no fixed Bible. Local churches used what they had: letters from apostles, copies of the Gospels, bits of Jewish scripture. Dozens of texts floated through the spiritual bloodstream of the early church. Then came the councils. Nicaea, Hippo, Carthage. Rooms filled with bishops, emperors, and agendas, debating what was in and what was out. Among the casualties, the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Mary, the Acts of Paul and Thecla, the Gospel of Judas, the Shepherd of Hermas, the Epistle of Barnabas, the Book of Enoch. Each one cast aside, not because they lacked spiritual value, but because they challenged the growing orthodoxy. Take the Gospel of Thomas. Discovered in 1945 near Nag Hammadi in Egypt, it contains 114 sayings attributed to Jesus. Many align with canonical Gospels. Others, not so much. In Thomas, Jesus says salvation comes not through belief or sacrifice, but through self-knowledge. The kingdom of God is inside you, he says, and it is outside you. No miracles, no passion, just mysticism. Too Gnostic, too dangerous. Or the Gospel of Maria text, in which Mary Magdalene is portrayed not as a passive follower, but as a disciple of wisdom, entrusted with secret teachings that the male apostles reject. In it, Peter grows jealous. He questions why Jesus would trust a woman more than them. That's not a theological wrinkle. That's a power struggle. One the Church resolved the way it always does, with silence. The Gospel of Judas is even more radioactive. Found in the 1970s and authenticated decades later, it flips the entire Passion narrative. Judas isn't a traitor. He's the most faithful disciple. Jesus tells him to hand him over because it's part of the divine plan. Judas doesn't betray. He obeys. Imagine rewriting 2 millennia of Holy Week. The Vatican did what it had to. They didn't burn the text. They buried it. But perhaps the most mystifying omission is the Book of Enoch. A sprawling, apocalyptic epic once beloved by early Christians, quoted in the New Testament itself. It speaks of angels who fell from heaven, mated with human women, and gave birth to giants. It describes visions of heaven, cosmic realms, the names of fallen angels, the architecture of divine punishment. It's the Book of Revelation on steroids. Why was it removed? Because it was too weird, too wild, too revealing. It suggests a pre-Adamic world. It gives names to demons. It maps out the heavens like a celestial Google Earth. And if you believe the Vatican has a problem with people asking too many questions about the afterlife, Enoch is a liability. It's the kind of text you seal in a vault next to the ones about exorcisms and alien encounters. Which brings us to a darker question. What hasn't been found? If these books hidden in caves, forgotten in monasteries, could surface centuries later, what's still missing? What's still buried? What's still sealed in the Vatican archive? Because the archive isn't just a warehouse of old paperwork. It's a memory bank. A black box for theological disasters. A place where problematic texts go to die. Some believe there are entire Gospels down there that have never been seen. Early versions of Mark and Matthew. Original Hebrew versions of texts now lost to Greek translation. Writings by apostles not recognized by the Church. A Gospel of Peter. A Gospel of Philip. A Gospel of the 12. Maybe even a gospel written by Jesus himself. Impossible? Not if you ask the right scholars. Some believe oral traditions may have been written down in the 1st century, then suppressed. If Jesus left behind any writing letters, parables, notes, where would they go? Not the Library of Alexandria. Not the British Museum. The Vatican. And what if those texts contradict the official story? What if they depict Jesus not as divine, but human? Not as a king, but as a revolutionary? Not as a sacrifice, but as a symbol? Those aren't just theological debates. They're existential threats to an institution built on very specific interpretations. And so, they're missing. Or rather, they're kept missing. Because the Vatican understands something few others do. Words are power. Narrative is control. And by choosing which books make the Bible, they don't just define God. They define reality. So, the next time someone hands you a Bible, leather-bound and gilded, remember, it's not the whole story. It's the authorized story. And the rest? Still waiting. In caves, in archives, in the sealed vaults beneath the Apostolic Palace. Next, we turn to one of the Vatican's most enduring whispers. Not about scripture, not about saints, but about a secret society, a hidden alliance of wealth, power, and ritual, said to operate behind the facade of faith. They call it the Illuminati. But the real question is, what's the Vatican's role in secret societies, and why won't they admit they've played both sides for centuries? The Vatican's role in secret societies. If power has a scent, the Vatican smells like old velvet and candle smoke. But beneath that perfume of incense and tradition, there's a colder aroma, one that lingers behind locked doors, in marble halls where silence is law and history is weaponized, because not all power is public. And not all alliances are holy. Some wear robes, some wear rings, some whisper in Latin, others in cipher. And for centuries, one question has simmered just below the surface of Catholic history, bubbling through papal conclaves and occult rumor mills alike. Is the Vatican in bed with secret societies? And more importantly, has it always been? To answer that, we need to shed a few assumptions. First, that secret societies are fringe, that they operate in shadows because they're small, weak, irrelevant. No, some secret societies are more powerful than governments, older than constitutions, immune to the rise and fall of kings. And the Vatican isn't afraid of them. It may have helped create them. Let's begin with the Illuminati. The name alone conjures images of pyramids, all-seeing eyes, cloaked initiates running the world from smoky back rooms. Founded in 1776 in Bavaria by Adam Weishaupt, the Illuminati began as an Enlightenment-era think tank, a rebellion of intellectuals against the church and the state. They were anti-monarchist, anti-clerical, anti-authority. Naturally, the Vatican hated them. Or did it? Here's where things get weird. Weishaupt was a Jesuit, educated by the church, trained in their methods of discipline, rhetoric, secrecy. And while he later rejected their theology, his organizational style cells, degrees, symbolic hierarchies, mirrored the very structure of the Society of Jesus itself. The Jesuits were founded in 1540 by Ignatius of Loyola. Officially, they were missionaries and educators. Unofficially, a spiritual militia. Vowed to obedience, loyalty, and internal silence. They operated like a military order with theological justification, intelligence gathering, political influence, infiltration. Sound familiar? To some, the Illuminati was not a rebellion from the church, but an offshoot in evolution. Same methods, different goals. And the Vatican knew this. Because while it excommunicated Weishaupt and condemned secret societies in sweeping bulls like In Eminenti Apostolatus 1738, it also copied their tactics. For centuries, the church had already been dabbling in clandestine alliances. It needed them for protection, for propaganda, for politics. Let's rewind to the Knights Templar. Originally created to protect pilgrims on their way to the Holy Land, the Templars became a powerful transcontinental order military monks with banking privileges. They controlled vast landholdings, answered only to the Pope, and invented financial instruments centuries ahead of their time. Then they got too powerful. By the early 1300s, King Philip IV of France owed the Templars a crippling debt, so he accused them of heresy, sodomy, devil worship. On Friday the 13th, 1307, he had them arrested, tortured, burned. The Vatican caved. Pope Clement V dissolved the order under pressure, but many believe the Templars simply went underground. They formed the skeletal frame of later secret groups, Freemasons, Rosicrucians, and yes, the Illuminati. In this version of the story, the Vatican didn't just destroy the Templars, it inherited their secrets. And that pattern repeats. With the Freemasons, for example. Officially condemned by the Church, declared incompatible with Catholicism. Masonic membership means automatic excommunication. But behind closed doors? That line blurs. During the 19th and 20th centuries, numerous clergy were found to be members of Masonic lodges, especially in Italy, France, and Spain. Some joined for influence, others for ideology. Still, others may have been assigned to observe, infiltrate, or manipulate. Because the Vatican is not naive, it knows power doesn't always wear vestments. Sometimes it wears aprons. And sometimes it wears both. In 1976, the scandal broke wide open. A journalist exposed the existence of Propaganda Duor P2, an illegal Masonic lodge operating within Italy's elite circles, politicians, judges, military officers, bankers, and yes, Vatican officials. At the center of the storm was Licio Gelli, a fascist sympathizer and grandmaster of P2. His lodge was accused of plotting coups, laundering money, and orchestrating high-level assassinations. And intertwined with P2? The Vatican Bank. The IOR, or Istituto per le Opere di Religione, became a laundering channel for illegal funds connected to Banco Ambrosiano, whose chairman, Roberto Calvi, was found hanging under Blackfriars Bridge in 1982. His death was ruled a suicide, then murder. In his pockets, bricks and cash. Around his neck, whispers of the Vatican. Pope John Paul I had begun to investigate these connections. Then he died. After just 33 days in office, heart attack, they said. No autopsy, they added. It doesn't take an occult decoder ring to draw the lines. Freemasonry, banking, P2, the Vatican, dead bankers, dead popes. And a trail of bodies leading to locked doors and sealed records. But the Vatican's ties to secret societies don't stop with the Masons. There's also the Jesuit order itself. The so-called Black Pope, a nickname for the superior general of the Jesuits, wields enormous, behind-the-scenes power. Some believe he outranks even the visible Pope. That the Society of Jesus functions as an internal intelligence agency with global operatives, embedded loyalties, and century-old secrets. Sound like fantasy? Ask any Vatican insider off the record who really pulls the strings in papal elections. Many will smile and say nothing. Others point to Opus Dei, the ultra-conservative Catholic institution granted personal prelature by Pope John Paul II. With billions in assets, political connections across Europe and Latin America, and a reputation for internal secrecy, Opus Dei has been accused of cult-like behavior and excessive influence over church decisions. It, too, wears the mask of devotion, but moves like a network. Then there's the Sovereign Military Order of Malta 900-year-old Catholic lay religious order with diplomatic status, passports, and its own internal hierarchy. It answers to the Pope, but functions like a shadow state. In recent years, power struggles between the Order and the Vatican have surfaced, including a forced resignation of its Grand Master over ethical and financial disputes. And yet, these groups remain, never disbanded, never truly disowned. Which brings us to the final, most damning theory, that the Vatican doesn't just oppose secret societies. It is one. Think about it. Hierarchical degrees. Initiation rites, symbols, Latin mottos, sworn secrecy, special clothing, restricted archives, a single central leader with supreme authority. The Vatican doesn't resemble a spiritual community. It resembles a ritual order. Its theology functions like doctrine. Its priests function like ranks. Its cathedrals are temples. Its artifacts are relics. Its rituals, baptism, confirmation, Eucharist mirror the stages of esoteric enlightenment. And at the top, the Pope, a living symbol of divine authority, infallible, cloaked in white, guarded by an elite corps, living in a city-state with its own rules, borders, currency, and legal system. It's not a religion. It's a sovereign mystery cult. And once you see it that way, everything clicks. The Vatican doesn't need to fear secret societies. It competes with them, or perhaps more accurately, it absorbs them, because the Church has always played a long game. When it couldn't destroy paganism, it repurposed it. When it couldn't kill heresies, it buried them. When it couldn't control politics, it infiltrated them. The secret society playbook was written in Rome, and it's still being used. But not all mysteries are political. Some are astronomical. Some look up, not down. The fate of the Knights, Templar treasure and true history. It begins in blood. The 13th of October, 1307, a Friday. A dawn raid across France. Knights roused from sleep. Chains, fire, screams behind monastery walls, and then silence. The order of the Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, more famously known as the Knights Templar, was officially over. Or so the world was told. But what followed was not peace. It was absence, a void of explanation, because when King Philip IV of France and Pope Clement V orchestrated the destruction of the most powerful military order in Christendom, they expected resistance, gold, armies, fortresses. Instead, they found almost nothing. The Templars' fleet? Gone. Their treasury? Empty. Their leadership? Captured but strangely resigned. It was as if the Templars had known it was coming. As if they had already moved their most valuable possessions beyond the reach of kings and popes. Which is where the mystery begins. Because for over 700 years, rumors have swirled that the Templars didn't die. They went underground. And they took their treasure with them. Let's rewind. Founded in 1119, the Templars were elite warrior monks, sworn to poverty, chastity, and obedience. But they weren't just swords for hire. They were bankers, architects, diplomats. They invented the precursor to modern checking accounts. They ran a trans-European network of safe houses and financial hubs. They amassed land, relics, and favors. By the 13th century, they were untouchable, which made them dangerous. Philip IV was broke. He owed the Templars money. He feared their loyalty to the Pope over his own crown, and he wanted what they had: power, gold, and secrets. So he fabricated charges: heresy, idol worship, sodomy, spitting on the cross. The Templars were arrested, tortured. Many confessed, then recanted, then burned. And yet, no treasure was recovered. Not from the Paris Temple. Not from the preceptories in Champagne or Poitou. Not from the island fortresses. Nothing. So where did it go? And what was it? Most assume gold, jewels, papal IOUs. But others believe the Templars possessed something more valuable than wealth. Knowledge? Start with the Temple of Solomon. The Templars' headquarters in Jerusalem was allegedly built on the ruins of the Second Temple. During their early years in the Holy Land, they weren't fighting, they were digging, excavating beneath the Temple Mount. Some believe they found ancient relics, writings, forbidden texts. Some say they found the Ark of the Covenant. Others whisper of the Holy Grail, not a cup, but a bloodline. Proof that Jesus had descendants, a revelation that would shatter Christian theology if revealed. And what did they do with it? They hid it, not just in physical vaults, but within symbols, ritual, architecture. After the dissolution of their order, the Templars scattered. Some fled to Portugal and rebranded as the Order of Christ. Others were absorbed into local orders. Some, according to legend, sailed west across the Atlantic centuries before Columbus. But others? They stayed hidden in plain sight. Their symbols, twin knights on a horse, red crosses, equal-armed swords, began to appear in new places. In Freemasonry, in Rosicrucian orders, in secret architectural layouts of cathedrals, in encoded manuscripts, even within the Vatican itself, because the Templars had once been the Pope's private army, and some believe a part of that alliance never truly died. It just went dark. Consider this. When Pope Clement V dissolved the order under pressure from King Philip, he did so reluctantly. There was no formal trial, no conviction, just a papal decree citing political necessity. Even the church archives from the trials known as the Chinon parchment were hidden for centuries. When they were rediscovered in the Vatican archives in 2001, they revealed a shocking truth. The Pope had absolved the Templars of heresy in secret. They were never excommunicated, never declared heretics. So what was the real reason for the purge? To eliminate a political rival? Or to claim their secrets? There's a theory that Pope Clement didn't destroy the Templars. He absorbed them, took what they had, texts, relics, astronomical charts, perhaps even Gnostic gospel sand, hid them deep in the Vatican, beneath St. Peter's Basilica, in the secret archives, in the layers of silence beneath Rome. And the treasure? If it wasn't physical wealth, it was intellectual. The kind of treasure that could rewrite theology, that could unseat kings, that could, if leaked, change the world. But what about the actual gold? Legends say it was moved by sea. On the night of the arrests in France, a fleet of Templar ships disappeared from the port of La Rochelle, vanished, no logs, no wreckage. Some say they sailed to Scotland, where the Templars had allies among the clans and within the unfinished walls of Rosslyn Chapel. Others say they reached Portugal, where the newly formed Order of Christ inherited their fleet and continued their explorations under Prince Henry the Navigator. Still others claim they crossed the Atlantic. Maps discovered centuries later portolan charts, showing coastlines unknown to Europe at the time bear cryptic symbols linked to the Templars. Some believe they reached Nova Scotia, where the Oak Island mystery revolves around buried treasure, booby traps, and carved stones bearing medieval crosses. Too wild to believe? Then explain this. Why did the Vatican, for centuries, remain obsessed with controlling Templar narratives? Why are references to them in official church documents rare and carefully curated? Why was the Chinon parchment hidden? Why are Templar sites across Europe filled with symbolism that matches esoteric Christian traditions, not orthodoxy? Because something survived. Not just a rumor, not just a legend, a structure, a network, and maybe just maybe a truth. One the church cannot afford to confirm. Because if the Templars did find something beneath the Temple Mount, be it the Ark, the Grail, or forbidden scriptures, then the church has two options: acknowledge it and unravel centuries of doctrine, or bury it. Which option does the Vatican usually choose? Ask Galileo. Ask Giordano Bruno. Ask the keepers of the secret archives. Some believe that deep within those 52 miles of shelving, the Templar documents still sit, catalogued, translated, filed, but not published, not revealed, and perhaps not even believed by their keepers. Because that's the final twist. What if the Vatican itself doesn't fully understand what it's hiding? What if the secrets of the Templars have become too dangerous even to read? A kind of theological radiation, better left sealed. But the world keeps digging. Treasure hunters, symbologists, skeptics, pilgrims. And every few decades, a new clue surfaces: a manuscript, a coin, a stone slab hinting that the greatest treasure ever hidden wasn't gold or jewels. It was revelation. A knowledge so transformative it could reset civilization. And somewhere, in the shadows of St. Peter's Dome, someone still guards it. Maybe not a knight, but someone in robes, watching, waiting, and ensuring the world never finds the door. But what happens when the symbols themselves start speaking? When the architecture of the Vatican begins whispering truths too dangerous for parchment? The enigma of the Vicarius Filii Dei inscription. It sounds like a Da Vinci Code riddle, a Latin phrase, a number, a centuries-old controversy wrapped in papal robes and dark numerology. But this isn't fiction. This is theology, politics, symbolism, fear braided into a single, relentless mystery. Vicarius Filii Dei Vicar, of the Son of God. The phrase has long haunted the halls of conspiracy and apologetics alike. On its surface, it seems innocent enough. It's a title, a reflection of papal authority, a claim of representation that the Pope, as successor to St. Peter, stands in place of Christ on earth. But then the numbers come in. Because in Roman numerals, every letter holds value. And when you extract the numerals from Vicarius Filii Dei, assign them their traditional Roman values, and total them, the result is this: 666, the number of the beast. Revelation 13:18, King James Version. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. That single verse launched 1,000 books, websites, late-night radio specials, and theological flame wars. Because if 666 is the mark of the beast, the signature of the Antichrist Vicarius Filii Dei is a papal title, then what does that make the Pope? And what does the Vatican know? Let's take it step by step. First, the phrase itself. Vicarius means substitute or representative. Filii means of the Son. Dei means of God. Together, representative of the Son of God. Historically, the term has been used in church writings, though not universally or officially as the Pope's formal title. It appears in documents, canon law discussions, and apologist tracts. Notably, it was used in the donation of Constantine, a forged imperial decree that gave the Pope temporal power over Rome and the Western world. A document now universally acknowledged as fake. Already, we're off to a suspicious start. The number calculation works like this. V equals 5. I equals 1. C equals 100. A equals 0. R equals 0. I equals 1. U, V equals 5. S equals 0. Vicarius equals 112. F equals 0. I equals 1. L equals 50. I equals 1. I equals 1. Filii equals 53. D equals 500. E equals 0. I equals 1. DEI equals 501. Total equals 112 plus 53 plus 501 equals 666. Now, if this were just numerology, it might be dismissed. But this isn't a number drawn from a lottery. It's Revelation's number, the apocalyptic cipher, the numerical DNA of the adversary of God. So when critics of the Church, especially during the Protestant Reformation, found this calculation, they didn't whisper it. They shouted it. Martin Luther, John Calvin, the authors of the Westminster Confession. Many believed the papacy was not merely corrupt, but the Antichrist system itself, and they pointed to Vicarius Filii Dei as evidence. The Catholic Church, naturally, denied this interpretation. The phrase, they argued, was never an official papal title. It's not inscribed on the papal tiara. It's not used in formal documents. Its presence in some historical writings does not constitute doctrinal significance. But here's where it gets murkier. There are reports persistent, though hard to verify, that older papal tiaras, worn during coronation rituals prior to the 20th century, bore the phrase, photographs, none reliable. Access to the Vatican's crown collection? Highly restricted. The Vatican claims it no longer uses the tiara, especially after the reforms of Pope Paul VI in the 1960s. Modern popes have eschewed it in favor of a simpler mitre. But the symbolism remains. The title of Vicar of Christ is still in use, and the Latin phrase, while unofficial, reflects that same idea. Which raises the real question. Why does this matter? It's not about superstition. It's about authority. Because the entire edifice of the Catholic Church rests on a single seismic claim that the Pope speaks for God, that he holds the keys to heaven, that his office is divinely sanctioned. If that claim is false or worse, if it's a blasphemous inversion, then the Church isn't just flawed. It's deceived. And that's where the 666 theory gets teeth. Because this isn't about letters and numbers. It's about power masquerading as holiness. And that fear that the institution meant to represent Christ is actually aligned with the adversarius not new. In the medieval period, rival factions within the Church accused popes of being false shepherds. Anti-popes were declared. Crusades were launched. The line between divine and demonic was always paper thin. Then there's the apocalyptic angle. Revelation doesn't just speak of the beast. It speaks of a great religious power, sitting upon many waters, arrayed in purple and scarlet, drunk with the blood of saints. And at the heart of that vision, a woman sits upon a beast. A city with 7 hills. Rome. The parallels are unsettling. So unsettling, in fact, that many modern Catholic apologists have attempted to disarm the vicarious filiae Dei theory through various methods. Deny the title's official use. Challenge the Roman numeral math. Point out that many names can total 666. All valid points. And yet, none quite answer why the Church has never allowed full access to all papal regalia, particularly the oldest tiaras and mitres. Why the phrase appears in centuries-old Church literature yet is now denied. Why the Vatican refuses to acknowledge the symbolic danger of the title, even if it never used it. And why a Church obsessed with symbolism seems so uneasy about this one. Because if you've ever walked through St. Peter's Basilica, you know, the Vatican is a monument to precision. Every symbol, every sculpture, every Latin phrase chiseled into marble has a purpose. They do not operate on accident. So if the number 666 can be derived from a title used by the Pope, whether historically or colloquially, it means something, even if only psychologically, because numbers carry weight. The same Vatican that built its calendar around celestial events is surely aware of biblical numerology. So what if Vicarious Filii Dei isn't an official title? What if it's worse? What if it's true? What if, through a cosmic irony, the Church chose a phrase that fulfilled an ancient prophecy not because it wanted to, but because it couldn't escape it? What if the papacy itself is caught in a loop, a prophecy trap, a riddle in Latin? And the answer is 666. Of course, most Catholics will never hear of this. It's not in catechism classes. It's not in the Vatican's press releases. It's not in the gift shop. It lives in footnotes, margins, shadows. But it's there, waiting, and perhaps buried somewhere in the Vatican archives is the original documentation, a letter, a decree, a papal order, something that explains why this phrase was ever used in the first place, and why it was later buried. But the Vatican isn't talking, and the beast doesn't need to roar. Sometimes, all it needs is a number. The catacombs of St. Calixtus and others. To step into the catacombs is to step backward into a time when Christianity wore no crowns, claimed no thrones, and crouched beneath the earth like a hunted thing. The Roman Empire above bustled with markets, palaces, gladiators, and gods made of bronze. But down below, in the dirt-veined veins of the underworld, a different kingdom grew. One without swords, without marble, without light. It is here, buried beneath the roads of Rome, that the Church first laid down its bones. And nowhere is that more palpable than in the catacombs of St. Calixtus. 100 years before Constantine legalized Christianity, before popes became princes and basilicas pierced the skyline, there were the catacombs, mazes of tomb-lined tunnels, dug deep into soft volcanic rock. These weren't just burial chambers, they were refuges, secret places of worship, cryptic archives of belief, grief, and resistance. The catacombs of Saint Calixtus, named after the future pope and martyr Calixtus I, stretch for miles beneath the Appian Way. 16 popes were buried here, alongside dozens of martyrs and thousands of unnamed believers. The architecture is brutal in its simplicity: narrow corridors, arched niches, stacked coffins. The only decoration, faint frescoes, scratched prayers, and symbols carved into the stonefish, anchors, doves, loaves. And yet, despite centuries of excavation and study, the catacombs remain a deep mystery. Because not all corridors have been mapped, not all chambers have been opened, and not everything found has been shared. Let's start with the scope. Scholars estimate that the Calixtus catacombs alone hold over 500,000 graves. The walls are honeycombed with niches, some no larger than a suitcase infant burials, often marked only with a name and a date, others sealed with marble slabs etched in Latin or Greek. Some entire families lie together, stacked through generations, sealed in silence. But here's the problem. Many of these tombs have never been opened. The reasons are varied. Some are too fragile, others too remote. Entire sections are believed to be lost behind cave-ins, collapsed tunnels, or deliberate brick walls laid down centuries ago to block entry. What lies behind those walls? No one knows. Or, more provocatively, someone knows and isn't telling. Because the Vatican controls access to the catacombs. Even now, in the 21st century, the Pontifical Commission of Sacred Archaeology decides who digs, who studies, and most crucially what gets published. Independent researchers? Denied. Unfiltered reports? Rare. Photographic evidence of anomalies? Vanishingly scarce. And anomalies there are. Over the years, whispers have emerged from insiders and visitors alike of unusual burials, non-Christian symbols, and cryptic inscriptions. Some mention sarcophagi without crosses, but with astrological carvings. Others describe frescoes, showing scenes not found in the Bible: a woman raising the dead, a man holding a scroll of stars, a serpent crowned like a king. One such chamber, allegedly sealed off in the late 19th century, was said to depict a crucified figure with no face, surrounded by animals and winged figures that match no known Christian iconography. The report, published once in a fringe archaeological journal, was dismissed by church officials. The chamber itself? Inaccessible. Unsafe, they said. Then there's the problem of missing bodies. Not relic thefts, not grave robbers. Entire sections of the catacombs that show clearly labeled tombs, but no remains, as if the bodies were moved or never there. Why would the church need decoy tombs? Unless what was really buried there was never meant to be found. Or perhaps never human at all. Because some believe the catacombs hold more than just martyrs and bishops. Some believe they were used to hide things. Sacred texts, forbidden scrolls, artifacts too heretical or too powerful to destroy. During the reign of Emperor Diocletian, Christian writings were burned across the empire, but many texts, gospels, apocalypses, letters survived underground. Literally, hidden in clay jars, sealed in tombs, buried alongside saints and sinners. What if some of these writings were never unearthed? What if the catacombs still contain early versions of the New Testament, or entirely unknown scriptures? And what if those texts contradict the canonical Gospels? Would the Vatican announce their discovery? Or would it quietly rebury the evidence? The Church has precedent. The Dead Sea Scrolls, found in Qumran in 1947, took decades to fully publish. Vatican scholars were involved. Some scrolls, especially those with messianic prophecies that challenged orthodoxy, were delayed, withheld, or dismissed as irrelevant. And that was a find outside the Vatican's control. Now imagine what they've found within their own backyard. But perhaps the most haunting mystery of the catacombs isn't what's buried. It's what was built. Because the layout of the catacombs is not random. It's mathematical. Some sections align with astronomical coordinates. Tunnels converge in pentagonal patterns. Certain chambers echo only at specific frequencies, designed for chant or ritual. At least one hallway, according to a suppressed report, points directly toward the sunrise on the winter solstice. Coincidence? Or intentional design? Were the early Christians encoding cosmological knowledge into their burial grounds? And if so, who taught them? Because Christianity, as we know it, emerged from Jewish apocalypticism and Greco-Roman philosophy. But the earliest catacomb art often looks more like mystery religion iconography, Mithras slaying the bull, Orpheus charming animals, shepherd gods. What if the catacombs weren't just hiding from the empire? What if they were hiding from the church that came later? What if they were keeping alive older traditions? More dangerous traditions. Traditions that the Vatican would eventually need to bury not just physically, but theologically. And what if those traditions never died? There are modern reports, strange, scattered, and hard to verify, of rites still being performed in the deepest catacombs, not by tourists, not by priests, by orders, by groups with names like the Custodes Subterranei or the Hollow Order, people who claim descent from early Christian mystics, Gnostics, or guardians of relics too powerful to display. Their existence is denied, of course, but so is half of the catacombs. And the Vatican has little incentive to confirm or deny, because these tunnels are more than archaeological sites. They are a spiritual minefield. One wrong discovery, one sarcophagus, one scroll, one fresco too heretical to explain in the church could find itself defending not its doctrines, but its entire historical foundation. And so, silence. Limited tours. Carefully scripted guides. Dim lighting. No wandering. And behind the velvet ropes, the real secrets. Dust-covered bones. Sealed niches. Symbols that don't belong. And maybe, somewhere in the deepest dark, a locked chamber. One that has no name. One that has not been opened in centuries. One whose contents would change everything. We may never know what's inside. But the fact that it remains sealed is answer enough. Because in the catacombs, the dead aren't the only ones being kept quiet. Next, we ascend from the crypt to the cosmos, from burial tunnels to astronomical towers. Because the Vatican doesn't just look downward, it also looks up. And what it sees in the stars might explain why it's been so quiet about what's already landed. The third secret of Fatima. In the summer of 1917, the sun danced, or so thousands claimed. It was the 13th of October, a field outside the village of Fatima, Portugal. A crowd of over 70,000 peasants, journalists, skeptics, and believers stood in the mud, soaked from rain, eyes turned skyward. Then it happened. The clouds parted. The rain stopped. The sun began to spin. It pulsed, changed colors, zigzagged across the sky. Some saw it fall. Others fell to their knees. Cries of repentance echoed. Eyewitness accounts, photographs, and even secular newspapers recorded something inexplicable. But that was just the finale. The real mystery had started months earlier. 3 children, Lucia dos Santos, age 10, and her cousins, Francisco and Jacinta Marto, ages 9 and 7. Between May and October of that year, they claimed to have seen and spoken with a luminous figura woman, brighter than the sun above a small holm oak tree. She identified herself only as Our Lady, and she came with messages, warnings, secrets, 3 of them. The 3 secrets of Fatima have since become a theological minefield, a conspiracy theorist's goldmine, and more than anything, a public relations nightmare for the Vatican. The first two secrets were dramatic, yes, but the third? The third is terrifying. And the Vatican has never told us the whole truth. Let's rewind. The first secret, a vision of hell. The children described a sea of fire, demons, and tortured souls. An old-school fire and brimstone apocalypse scene. Chilling, yes, but doctrinally safe. The second secret, a prophecy. It foretold the end of World War I, the rise of communist Russia, and a second, more devastating war unless mankind repented. It also included a command: consecrate Russia to the Immaculate Heart of Mary, or risk divine retribution. This was revealed in 1941, years after the visions, but during the peak of WWII. It was timely, convenient, and useful. But the third secret? That one was locked in a sealed envelope, handwritten by Lucia, and sent to the Vatican in 1957 with strict instructions. It was to be revealed no later than 1960. Why 1960? Lucia claimed the world would better understand its meaning by then. Something, she said, would make the secret more relevant, more clear. But 1960 came and went, and the Vatican said nothing. No publication, no statement, just silence. Why? Because according to multiple witnesses, including cardinals and Vatican officials, the secret was too explosive, too dark, too dangerous. Theories swirled. Some said it predicted nuclear war, others, the apostasy of the Church itself. Some claimed it foretold the assassination of a pope decades before John Paul II would be shot in St. Peter's Square in 1981. The suspense only grew. People demanded answers. In 2000, the Vatican finally published what it claimed was the full third secret. In this version, the children saw an angel with a flaming sword about to set the world on fire. Mary intervenes. The scene shifts to a bishop dressed in white who is killed by soldiers on a hill outside a ruined city. Other clergy are murdered. The imagery is dark, yes but vague, symbolic. The Vatican claimed the bishop in white was Pope John Paul II, and the secret was a prophecy of the 1981 assassination attempt. Case closed. Or so they hoped. But many weren't convinced. Lucia had reportedly said the third secret would become obvious by 1960. Yet the assassination attempt didn't happen until 2 decades later. The language in the secret released by the Vatican lacked key elements others had reported. Where were the references to apostasy, hell, judgment, false shepherds? Cardinal Chiappi, who read the secret under Pope John Paul II, reportedly said, "In the third secret, it is foretold, among other things, that the great apostasy in the Church will begin at the top." That line is not in the released version. Archbishop Loris Capovilla, private secretary to Pope John XXIII, implied there were 2 text zones symbolic and 1 narrative. The narrative version, he said, contained the real threat. And that threat, according to leaks and statements by high-ranking clergy, involved the possibility that the Church itself would turn against its flock. That false doctrine, corruption, and spiritual confusion would come not from outside, but from within the Vatican. This is the part that scared them. Because a vision of war is manageable. A vision of hell is orthodox. But a vision of the Church collapsing from the inside? That's radioactive. And so, many believe, the true third secret remains hidden. Some say it was never released. Others think it was replaced with a diluted version. And a few believe it's buried in the Vatican's secret vaults only, to be opened by a future pope when the final events begin to unfold. Lucia died in 2005. But before she passed, she reportedly said that the final secret would become clear when you see the Church on fire from within. And what are we seeing now? Scandal, division, confusion, whispers that doctrine is changing, that truths once eternal are now open to interpretation, that the shepherds don't know the path anymore. If that's not prophecy, what is? But the question remains, why won't the Vatican admit it? Why not release the full text? Because to admit the Church is its own greatest threat, declare that heaven warned of internal collapse to shatter the illusion of infallibility. It's to admit that power cannot always be trusted, even when it wears robes. It's to concede that prophecy has teeth, and that the throne of Peter, too, can tremble. So they keep it hidden, locked in a drawer, or a vault, or a memory. But the truth has a strange gravity. It pulls, it leaks, and somewhere, deep in the Vatican, the real words of that secret sit in silence, unread, or worse read, and understood too well. Next, we go from prophecy to possession, from heavenly warnings to something darker still. Because the Vatican isn't just afraid of what might happen, it's afraid of what's already inside. And for that, it still performs one of the oldest, most terrifying rites in all of Christianity: exorcism. The Vatican's view on exorcism and demonic possession, for all its gilded art and theological debates, the Vatican still clings to one ancient belief with white-knuckled certainty: the devil is real. Not metaphorically, not allegorically, real. A conscious, intelligent evil, and it doesn't just whisper from the shadows. According to the Catholic Church, it enters people, it speaks through them. It claws its way into the material world through possession, and when it does, the Church responds with one of its most secretive, most primal rituals: the rite of exorcism. It's not just a horror movie cliché, it's a documented, sanctioned practice. There is a handbook, a ritual script, an order of operations. There are prayers and holy water, yes, but also interviews, observations, evaluations. In some cases, teams of priests, sometimes doctors, sometimes even lawyers. And the Vatican? It doesn't just authorize exorcisms. It trains exorcists. It keeps records, and it rarely talks about it. Let's start with the basics. The Roman ritual of exorcism, the Ritual Romanum, was codified in 1614. It outlines how to identify demonic possession, how to distinguish it from mental illness, and how to expel the invading spirit. The symptoms, according to the rite, include speaking unknown languages, displaying superhuman strength, aversion to holy objects, knowledge of hidden or distant things, blasphemy and obscenity, especially during religious acts. This isn't metaphorical. This is literal protocol, and it hasn't been relegated to history. In fact, it's been updated. In 1999, after centuries of silence, the Vatican revised the rite. The new version included updated theology, a more cautious approach, and an emphasis on differentiating possession from psychological disorders. But the ritual remained, because the Church still believes possession happens. In fact, reports of possession and requests for exorcism have increased in recent decades. Italy alone has hundreds of trained exorcists. The Vatican even holds an annual exorcism conference, attended by clergy from around the world. This isn't fringe. This is mainstream Vatican protocol. So what's the mystery? It isn't that the Church believes in demons. It's what it doesn't say. Because for all the official procedure, the Vatican rarely speaks publicly about individual cases. And when it does so carefully. But behind the scenes, there are stories. Stories that have never made it into sermons or press releases. Stories whispered by priests, hidden in reports, buried in archives. Let's talk about Father Gabriele Amorth. chief exorcist of Rome for decades, founder of the International Association of Exorcists. By his own count, he performed over 70,000 exorcisms, not all of them full possessions, but all treated as spiritual attacks. Amorth was no fool. He distinguished between the psychological and the paranormal. He was known for his bluntness and for his stories. He spoke of victims levitating, of spitting nails, of bodies contorted into impossible shapes. He claimed the devil had infiltrated the Vatican itself, and he hinted more than once that the worst cases never became public, that some required multiple exorcists, that some involved hierarchy. There are rumors that certain possessed individuals displayed knowledge of Vatican secrets, things they had no possible way of knowing, codes, protocols, hidden sins. One case, allegedly suppressed, involved a young seminarian in Rome who began speaking in Latin, Aramaic, and ancient Greek fluently. He named bishops who had never met him. He recited parts of the Vatican's secret archives, word for word. The exorcism took weeks. No final report was ever made public. Amorth once said, "Satan is pure spirit. He can speak any language, but it's what he knows that's terrifying. Because for the Church, exorcism isn't just about healing. It's about containment. What if a possessed person speaks truths the Church doesn't want heard? What if a demon speaks in the voice of someone the Church can't publicly acknowledge? What if some possessions aren't intrusions but revelations? Consider this. The Church believes that possession is permission-based, that the victim or someone in their bloodline opened a door through sin, through occult practice, through heresy. But what if the doors are bigger? What if there are places in the world's sacred broken places where evil slips in more easily? What if the Vatican itself is built on one? Many exorcists, including Amorth, claim that Rome was a spiritual battleground, that beneath the marble and Latin prayers, there were currents of evil, ancient, unnamed, waiting. And the Vatican knows it. That's why it keeps exorcists on retainer, why it trains new ones every year, why it never discloses the full details of major cases. Because sometimes, the possessed don't just scream obscenities. They issue warnings. They speak of coming wars, collapsing structures, fire in the sky, betrayal in robes. One woman, possessed in 1988 in northern Italy, allegedly cried out during the exorcism in perfect ecclesiastical Latin, "The fisherman's net is torn, the flock will scatter. The city of 7 hills will drink the blood of its own lambs." She had never studied Latin, had never heard of the City of 7 Hills, an ancient name for Rome. Her case was declared closed. But her words remain. So does the footage. It's said to be kept under lock and key in the Vatican's audiovisual archive, a vault containing film, audio, and photographs of rare and sometimes suppressed events, papal coronations, secret conclaves, and exorcisms. Because the Church does document them, but it doesn't share them. And the reason, perhaps, is theological but also existential. Because if the public knew the full extent of what's been seen, heard, and fought in these rituals, the image of the Church as a bastion of serenity and stability might shatter, and worse, faith itself might change. Because to believe in the devil is one thing. To believe he's active, present, and sometimes victorious, that's harder. That suggests a universe far less ordered than the Vatican likes to preach. It suggests that evil doesn't wait outside the gates. It walks the halls. And when it speaks through human mouths, in rooms dimly lit by flickering candles and watched by trembling priests, it doesn't whisper. It roars. So the Church contains it, controls it, silences it, and keeps the rest of us looking elsewhere. Secret tunnels to Castel Gandolfo. The popes are not prisoners. That's what they always say. They are the stewards of the smallest country in the world, with the biggest secret vaults, the most bulletproof glass, and the highest spiritual authority on earth. But behind those public proclamations of freedom and sanctity lies something even the devout don't often talk about: the escape plan. A hidden artery. A rumor centuries old. A passage whispered about in footnotes and late-night papal logistics meetings. The secret tunnel to Castel Gandolfo. This isn't just a paranoid fantasy or an urban legend of Rome. It's a persistent thread woven through Vatican lore. The idea that somewhere beneath the Apostolic Palace, or behind the Swiss Guard checkpoints, there lies a hidden tunnel possibly miles long that connects Vatican City to the papal summer residence nestled in the hills outside Rome. Castel Gandolfo, the papal retreat, the safe haven. Historically, the place where popes go to rest, or to disappear. And according to some, to survive. Let's set the stage. Castel Gandolfo is located about 25 kilometers, roughly 16 miles, southeast of Vatican City, overlooking Lake Albano. The estate itself is sprawling gardens, villas, orchards. For centuries, it was a closely guarded, highly private papal residence, built on land once belonging to the Roman Emperor Domitian. The popes used it as an escape from the summer heat, from political pressures, and, during times of war, from literal bombs. During World War II, it became a refuge. The villa reportedly housed hundreds, if not thousands, of refugees. The Vatican's extraterritorial status protected it from occupation. But how did they get there? Publicly? The popes used convoys, automobiles, later, helicopters. There's even a helipad on the property now. But from the very beginning, there have been whispers that the popes had another route, an underground one. Here's where the mystery begins. First, the timeline. The earliest rumors of a tunnel between the Vatican and Castel Gandolfo date back to the 17th century. That's when the papacy began expanding its holdings at the villa. Construction records from that era reference extensive, subterranean fortifications. The language is vague, possibly on purpose. Vaults, foundations, storage. But architects of the time spoke in euphemisms when dealing with the papacy. Fast forward to the 20th century. In 1929, the Lateran Treaty established Vatican City as an independent sovereign state. Along with that recognition came the reaffirmation of extraterritorial rights to several properties outside the walls of Vatican City, including Castel Gandolfo. These rights meant the estate was technically Vatican soil, despite being miles away from Rome. It also meant that the Vatican could build or dig without informing the Italian government. Think about that. A sovereign state, with the right to build secret infrastructure below Italian land, and answer to no one but itself. Now consider this. The Vatican has tunnels. This is not theory. There is the Passetto di Borgo, a medieval elevated passage connecting the Vatican to Castel Sant'Angelo, Retion 5. It was used by Pope Clement VII to escape the sack of Rome in 1527. That passage is visible, walkable, and well documented. If the Vatican had an escape route in the 16th century, why wouldn't it build another in the 20th? Especially during an era of global war, fascist regimes, nuclear threat, and growing unrest within the church. Here's what the theorists and some insiders say. Sometime between the 1930s and 1950s, under the pretext of infrastructure expansion and villa restoration, the Vatican began construction of a deep-level tunnel system shielded from aerial reconnaissance and radiation, a rail or roadway, fortified and hidden, connecting Vatican City to Castel Gandolfo beneath layers of soil, stone, and state secrecy. Too far-fetched? Consider this. The Vatican has its own train station. Yes, just inside its walls, near the Vatican Gardens, sits a small but functional railway terminal. It's mostly used for ceremonial or limited freight purposes today, but it connects to the Italian rail system. Where does that rail line go? One branch leads south, in the direction of Castel Gandolfo. Now, the official explanation is that the railway was built to deliver goods and ceremonial guests. Pope John the 23rd once took the train for a pastoral visit. But suppose there's another track. One not on the maps. One that leads underground. Whispers of such a route have emerged from various sources over the decades: construction workers, estate caretakers, and even former Swiss guards. An anonymous 1989 interview with a Vatican maintenance technician claimed that a high-level emergency tunnel did exist, complete with an electric cart system, air filtration units, and reinforced exits. None of this is confirmed. No one has shown blueprints. But then again, no one is allowed to. The Vatican is not just a religious institution, it's an intelligence operation. It has its own diplomatic corps, its own security services, its own archivists and censors. The kind of people who are trained to keep things quiet. And if the existence of a tunnel system is part of an emergency protocol, something meant only for wartime or papal evacuation would be kept on a strictly need-to-know basis, which might explain why it's never been publicly acknowledged. But the Vatican is no stranger to secrets. And this particular secret isn't just about escape. It's about continuity. Because what if the tunnel isn't just for the Pope? What if it's a vaulted lifeline for the Church itself? A way to move people, documents, objects, sacred relics. What if it's the backbone of a contingency plan? Imagine a scenario. War breaks out. Rome is under siege. Vatican City is no longer safe. Within hours, the Pope disappears. Not through the front gate, not by air, but underground. Through a tunnel buried beneath centuries of dirt, lined with reinforced concrete, and adorned with nothing more than holy silence. He emerges 16 miles away, at Castel Gandolfo. From there, he broadcasts a message, continues the Mass, holds the line. The Church doesn't fall, it relocates. Unbroken, eternal, and invisible. That's the power of a tunnel like this. But here's the part that truly stokes suspicion. Castel Gandolfo was closed in 2016. After centuries of use as a papal retreat, Pope Francis opted not to spend summers there. He opened it to the public as a museum. But the estate is still guarded, still maintained, still partially restricted. And if the tunnel exists, the infrastructure remains. Waiting. Sleeping? So what is it for? Why keep it functional? Why keep it quiet? One answer, because it's too useful to dismantle. And another, because the myth itself is power. The idea that the Pope could vanish and reappear miles away? That's security. That's psychological deterrence. And maybe that's the truth. Because the Vatican, for all its candles and crucifixes, is a fortress. And fortresses need escape routes. The pagan roots beneath St. Peter's Basilica. You don't build a holy empire without burying something first. That's not a metaphor. It's architectural truth. Foundations must be dug. Ground must be broken. And in Rome Eternal, layered and blood-soaked building anything sacred means disturbing the bones of the profane. Which brings us to the holiest structure in Catholicism, St. Peter's Basilica. A monument to the glory of God, to apostolic succession, to the idea that one man, Peter, the rock died here, was buried here, and now, 2,000 years later, rules from beneath marble and gold. But dig a little deeper literally and the story gets murkier. Because beneath the basilica, beneath the Christian necropolis, beneath the mosaics and relics, there's something older, something pagan, and the Vatican doesn't like to talk about it. Let's start with the ground. Vatican Hill, like the 7 hills of ancient Rome, was originally a burial site, an area outside the city walls, on the wrong side of the Tiber. The kind of place Romans used for tombs, shrines, and cults that didn't quite fit inside the civic order. It wasn't a glamorous location. It was where you sent the dead, and where you worshipped what came before. Before Peter, before Jesus, before monotheism took hold. Because the truth is, the hill was sacred long before Christianity arrived. The earliest structure archaeologists have confirmed on Vatican Hill was a Roman necropolis, complete with mausoleums, family tombs, and elaborate pagan altars. These were not quiet burial grounds. They were active spaces, teeming with symbolic carvings, sacrificial offerings, and inscriptions to gods like Mithras, Cybele, and even Saturn. And here's where it gets uncomfortable. Because when the Emperor Constantine converted to Christianity and began constructing the first basilica around 324 AD, he didn't pick the site randomly. He chose it because it was already sacred. According to legend, Peter was crucified in Nero's circus, nearby, buried hastily. His followers marked the grave, but there's no contemporary Roman record confirming this. No inscription. No civic documentation. Only oral tradition. What Constantine did have was an opportunity, an existing sacred site, a burial ground, a place already imbued with spiritual energy, if not Christian, then something older. So he built. The old necropolis was partially buried, partially repurposed. Mausoleums were flattened, shrines were desecrated, stones from pagan tombs were likely recycled into the basilica's early foundations. It was a common practice in the empire. Christianity didn't destroy paganism, it absorbed it. And that absorption still haunts the basilica's roots. Let's talk about Mithras. The Mithraic Mysteries were among Rome's most popular cults in the early centuries AD. Centered around the god Mithras, a solar figure born from a rock, slayer of a cosmic bull, celebrated in secret underground temples, the religion bore striking thematic overlaps with Christianity. A divine mediator, a sacred meal, a death and rebirth motif. Mithraeums, as their temples were called, were often built underground, near cemeteries, or inside repurposed tombs. And guess what? Fragments of a Mithraeum have been found in the vicinity of the Vatican necropolis. Coincidence? Or continuity? Because if Constantine built his church atop a Mithraic site, he wasn't just reclaiming land, he was usurping a rival religion. Placing the sign of the cross above a place already charged with spiritual expectation. It's the ultimate rebranding. And the church has kept that branding very carefully curated. Fast forward to the Renaissance, when the current basilica was constructed over Constantine's original. During the excavations, dozens of pagan tombs were rediscovered. Some were left in place. Others, carefully removed, filed away, buried again. When the Vatican finally began formal archaeological digs in the 1940s after pressure from historians, clergy, and the rise of scientific curiosity, what they found was too significant to ignore. Yes, there was a tomb. Yes, there were bones. Bones later attributed to Peter himself. But the most fascinating discoveries weren't Christian at all. They were pagan epitaphs. Altars to philosophers, not saints. Paintings of Orpheus, not Christ. Inscribed prayers to gods with forgotten names. One particularly controversial finding was a mosaic featuring the sun god, Sol Invictus, the unconquered Sunday. His rays stretch outward in geometric splendor, surrounded by stars. The imagery bears an eerie resemblance to later Christian iconography of Christ Pantocrator. Was it coincidence? Or inheritance? Because Christianity did not emerge in a vacuum. It inherited the architecture, symbols, and spatial sensibilities of the very paganism it was meant to replace. That's not heresy, that's history. The early Christians took temples and renamed them, took statues and recontextualized them, took holidays Saturnalia solstice, dies, natalis, and baptize them into saints' feasts and liturgical calendars. And so, buried beneath St. Peter's is more than just a tomb. It's a palimpsesta, spiritual parchment overwritten again and again, each layer visible if you scrape just deep enough. The Vatican allows limited tours of the necropolis, but only certain paths, only certain tombs. The tour ends where the church wants it to. No wandering. No asking why a marble sarcophagus features a figure holding 2 torches and a serpent instead of a cross. No questions about why one tomb has carvings of Helios, Selene, and the Zodiac. No speculation allowed. Because the official narrative must remain. This is Peter's church. This is holy ground. And anything beneath it that contradicts or complicates that truth is either misinterpreted, misplaced, or buried deeper. But the stones remember, and so do the symbols. The same way Christian basilicas often mirror the dimensions of older Roman basilicas, not coincidentally, but deliberately, St. Peter's mirrors the ancient logic of sacred geography. Build where the veil is thin, where gods were once called down, where offerings were made. And even now, some believe the energy remains, that the pagan foundation of Vatican Hill still pulses beneath the altar, that the ground is not simply sanctified, but saturated. Some have speculated that this spiritual inheritance is what gives the site its power, not just Peter's bones, not just tradition, but the echo of older gods whose names are forgotten, but whose presence lingers. And if that's true, if the basilica is a Christian cathedral built on a pagan power source, then maybe the Vatican knows. Maybe that's why it guards the archives. Why? It restricts access. Why some tombs remain unexcavated? Not because of theology, but because of fear. Fear that beneath the Christian story lies a different story. Older, more primal, and still humming beneath the marble. Next, we move from tombs to texts, from ancient ruins to ancient knowledge. Because the Vatican doesn't just bury the past. Sometimes it hides it in books. The Vatican's involvement in lost ancient texts. There are books that make history, and there are books that are buried by it. Some are forgotten by time, lost to rot, war, and silence. Others, it said, were lost on purpose, buried not by chance, but by design. And if the rumors are true, if even half the whispered theories hold weight, then the Vatican isn't just the guardian of canonical texts, it's also the warden of the forbidden shelf. Let's be clear, the Vatican holds the largest ecclesiastical library in the world. It is not just rows of old Bibles, it's a labyrinth of documents, epistles, codices, apocrypha, commentaries, transcripts, and artifacts collected over 1,600 years. Officially, the Vatican Apostolic Library contains roughly 1.1 million printed books, 75,000 codices, and over 8,000 incunabula books printed before 1501. And that's just the part they'll tell you about. Because adjacent to the library is something else entirely. The Vatican Apostolic Archive, formerly known as the Vatican Secret Archive, a fortified fortress of scrolls, tomes, and parchments not open to the public and not casually browsable. Access is granted only to vetted scholars. Requests must be precise. You don't browse, you petition. You're allowed in only under strict surveillance, with strict limitations and strict consequences. And even then, only a fraction is accessible. What's in the rest? That's the question. Because somewhere in those 53 miles of shelving, locked behind coded doors and guarded by policies older than most countries, there are said to be texts that could upend everything. Let's talk about the Apocrypha. These are the ancient religious texts that were excluded from the official Bible, not because they were false, but because they were inconvenient. Some spoke of alternate versions of Jesus' life as a child, as a mystic, as a man more human than divine. Others told tales of Lilith, of Enoch's journeys to the heavens, of Gospels by Mary Magdalene, Thomas, Judas. The Gospel of Thomas, for example, presents Jesus not as a sacrificial lamb, but as a teacher of secret wisdom, no crucifixion, no resurrection, just knowledge hidden, Gnostic, and dangerously democratic. The Gospel of Judas? Even worse. It paints Judas not as a traitor, but as the chosen disciple, the one who understood Jesus' true plan. Texts like these didn't disappear by accident. They were removed, debated in councils, banned by decree, burned in public squares. But not all were destroyed. Some were hidden. The Dead Sea Scrolls, discovered in 1947, revealed a world of Jewish mysticism and messianic prophecy that made early Christian history look like a footnote. And Vatican scholars were some of the first to gain access. They controlled what was released, what was translated, what was shown to the world. And then, there's Nag Hammadi. Discovered in Egypt in 1945, this collection of 13 leather-bound papyrus codices contained texts that echoed the forbidden tones of the Gnostics. They spoke of secret knowledge, of a divine spark in every human, of a creator God who was flawed. The Vatican condemned these writings. But did they bury them too? Because if similar scrolls were found earlier during the Crusades, in Rome, in Alexandria, where did they go? If a scroll was uncovered during the sacking of Constantinople in 1204, where did it end up? If ancient manuscripts were brought back by Jesuit explorers in Asia, Africa, the Middle East, were they studied or sealed? This is where the mystery thickens. Because the Church has had centuries of opportunities to collect unofficial, heretical, and pre-Christian texts, and the Vatican archive is exactly where such texts would go to disappear. We know they keep secrets. In the 16th century, when Giordano Bruno proposed the idea of an infinite universe filled with other suns and planets, he was branded a heretic and burned at the stake. His writings? Seized. His notes? Archived. When Galileo was tried for suggesting the Earth orbited the Sun, his documents were confiscated, suppressed. His letters? Filed. These are only the known cases. How many others exist in silence? There are persistent rumors shared by rogue historians, rogue monks, and once even a whistleblower cardinal that the Vatican archive contains a copy of the Book of Enoch uncensored and complete. The lost books of the Sibyl's pagan prophecies, said to have predicted Christ, banned after the Roman Empire's fall. A complete Gospel of Mary with passages detailing Jesus' teachings on reincarnation and the soul's journey after death. Ancient texts describing pre-Adamic civilizations, human-like beings before the time of Eden. Atlantean scrolls allegedly uncovered in Egyptian ruins, describing a vanished world order with references to divine kingship and celestial origins. All of it hidden, not because it's false, but because it's dangerous. Knowledge, after all, is power, and the Church has always been in the business of curating power. In the 9th century, the Vatican forged the Donation of Constantinia document used to justify the Pope's authority over Western Europe. It took nearly 600 years before it was proven to be a fake. If the Church forged power then, would it not suppress truth now? Some claim the archive is not just a storehouse, but a Volta weaponized repository of history. Knowledge that could challenge the resurrection, the virgin birth, the very divinity of Christ. And in the modern age, as digitalization creeps into every corner of knowledge, the Vatican remains selective. Only a fraction of the archive is digitized. Only hand-picked documents are translated. And still, large portions remain restricted, especially anything pre-13th century. Especially anything that contradicts the official story. The official reason? Fragility, preservation, context. The real reason? Because some truths aren't safe. Some truths dismantle systems. And some truths, once read, cannot be unread. What if there is a papyrus that names Jesus as married? What if there is a tablet that predates the Genesis story by millennia and tells it differently? What if there is a scroll that claims the crucifixion was symbolic? Or that heaven and hell are states of mind, not destinations? What happens to faith then? What happens to doctrine? What happens to control? This is the Vatican's dilemma. To open the archive fully is to risk the narrative. To leave it closed is to confirm the suspicion. So it remains a Twilight Zonereal, physical, catalogued, yet unknowable. A paradox in marble and dust. And perhaps the most powerful library in human history. Because within those pages might be not only the story of what was, but what was meant to be forgotten. The Vatican's independent time zone. Time is a tool. A calendar is a weapon. And clocks? Clocks are where faith meets control. In a world governed by hours, minutes, and seconds, it's easy to forget that time itself was once sacred. It was the domain of priests, of astronomers, of emperors. And for nearly 2,000 years, no institution has guarded time more jealously than the Vatican. But there's one detail most people miss. A tiny footnote in global horology. A wrinkle in the otherwise standardized tapestry of time zones. The fact that Vatican City, this 44-hectare sovereign enclave, operates on its own time. Unofficial, obscure, but meticulously observed. And like all Vatican mysteries, it isn't just a matter of minutes. It's a story about power, ritual, and the lengths to which a spiritual empire will go to remain outside the flow of modern history. Let's begin with the facts. Officially, Vatican City aligns its clocks with Central European Time, CET, the same as Rome. This makes sense geographically, politically, logistically. But unofficially, within the heart of its ceremonial rhythm, the Vatican operates on a slightly different schedule. A liturgical time, a papal time, and sometimes a completely untethered time. What does that mean? It means the Vatican, while following the same time zone for diplomacy and coordination, has its own internal timekeeping, system based not on solar precision or atomic clocks, but on ritual cycles, ancient bells, and the decisions of the reigning pope. It means, quite literally, that time in the Vatican can bend. Consider the Angelus bell. Every day at noon, the Pope recites the Angelus prayer, except sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he speaks at 11:56. Sometimes 12:04. Sometimes the bells chime before or after the expected time. It's not a mistake. It's intentional. Because in the Vatican, time bends around the Pope, not the other way around. He is the successor of Peter, the vicar of Christ. When he speaks, clocks pause, schedules shift, the world waits. There's a theological layer hereon that reaches back to the very foundation of Christian timekeeping. Because the Church didn't just adopt the calendar, it created it. In 1582, Pope Gregory XIII introduced the Gregorian calendar, reforming the previous Julian system to correct a 10-day drift in the date of Easter. That decision was not just about leap years. It was about authority. The Pope, in one decree, rewrote time. Some countries refused to adopt it for centuries. Britain didn't switch until 1752. But the message was clear. Rome sets the clock. And that control never truly ended. Today, inside Vatican City, time isn't just told, it's enforced. The Swiss guards switch posts on schedules that follow ceremonial cycles. Liturgical offices observe a sacred daily rhythm that predates modern time zones by centuries. Lauds at dawn, vespers at twilight, compline at nightfall. In the Vatican Observatory, astronomers calculate celestial movements not just for science, but for feast days, holy seasons, lunar events. Even the Pope's private masses are said to follow a papal hour, determined not by convenience, but by intuition. There are even rumors, unconfirmed, of course, that deep within the Apostolic Palace, in one of the papal apartments, is a clock that runs 10 minutes fast. Why? Because popes are never late. They simply arrive when time says they should. This control of time seeps into policy. Consider how the Vatican handles Holy Week. Easter, the most important celebration in Christianity, is determined not by a fixed date, but by a complex equation involving the vernal equinox and the full moon, a calculation so ancient and arcane, it requires both mathematical and astronomical expertise. And who confirms that date? Not Google, not atomic clocks. The Vatican. They don't just observe time, they legislate it. So what does it mean that they have an independent time zone? It means that no one else in the world operates like they do. Vatican time isn't about seconds or punctuality. It's about sovereignty. Just as the Vatican prints its own stamps, mints its own euro coins, and flies its own flag, it also controls its own clock. Even if, on the surface, it seems synchronized with the rest of Europe. Because beneath that surface lies something deeper. A tradition of time as theology. And nowhere is that more visible than in the Vatican's architecture. Clocks are everywhere in Vatican City, but they rarely show the same time. Look up at St. Peter's Square, and you'll see two massive timepieces flanking the basilica. One shows the current Roman time. The other, a ceremonial clock used only during papal appearances and liturgical events. Sometimes they match. Sometimes they don't. Because in the Vatican, not all clocks are equal. This isn't just practical. It's symbolic. The Church exists above time. It moves at its own pace. It survived empires, revolutions, and digital transitions because it never fully entered the modern era's obsession with precision. In the Vatican, time is circular, not linear. Days repeat. Rites cycle. The liturgical calendar winds through seasons of penitence, feasting, mourning, and resurrection. And even death does not end the clock, it restarts it. When a pope dies, time stops. Literally. The fisherman's ring is broken. The Swiss guards stand down. Clocks are adjusted for the sed vacantete period between pontificates. A new time begins with the white smoke. It is not called an inauguration. It is called an installation, as if rebooting a system. So what's the point? Why does the Vatican cling to this odd autonomy of time? Because time is the first illusion of power. And the Vatican's entire structure is built on symbols, perception, and ritual dominance. If it can bend time to its will, it can bend everything else. And more than that, by creating its own sacred time, the Church separates itself from the worldly chaos. Governments fall. Empires shift. But the Angelus bell still rings. And even if it rings at 12:03 instead of 12 o'clock, that too is sacred. Next, we'll step from the intangible clockwork of time into the very physical dimensions of the unexplained. Because sometimes the truth hovers above you. And on one strange day, in 2007, something did. Something glowing. Something orange. And for a few unforgettable minutes, the Vatican found itself staring straight up into the unknown. The unexplained orange disk UFO sighting, 2007. It hovered there, silent, glowing, watching. An orange disk, low in the sky over the world's most scrutinized square of land. A flash of surreal color against the austere dome of St. Peter's Basilica. No announcement, no explanation. Just a pulse of light and a city caught mid-breath. The year was 2007. The place, Vatican City. And for a moment brief, unrepeatable, the heavens opened up, not with angels or visions, but with a UFO. This wasn't in Roswell or the Nevada desert. This was the epicenter of Catholicism, the spiritual and political heart of over 1 billion believers. A place fortified not just by walls, but by centuries of ritual, secrecy, and surveillance. And it got buzzed by a flying object that no one officially could identify. What makes this more than a footnote in some fringe conspiracy blog is who saw it. This wasn't a drunken tourist or a lone night shift janitor. Multiple witnesses, including members of the press, claimed to see the disk. Several described it in eerily similar terms. A luminous orange sphere moving slowly, soundlessly, then vanishing in an instant. And the Vatican? The Vatican said nothing. No comment, no denial, no briefing, just silence. Which, in the strange logic of the Holy See, says everything. Because when it comes to unexplained phenomena, the Vatican doesn't deny. It studies. It records. And when necessary, it buries. Let's take a step back. To understand why this incident matters, you need to understand the Vatican's relationship with the stars. They have an observatory. 2, in fact. One near Rome, the other in Arizona, operated in collaboration with American astronomers. This isn't new. The Vatican Observatory is one of the oldest active astronomical research institutions in the world. Founded in the late 1500s, it was a response to accusations that the Church was anti-science. The message was clear. We don't fear the stars. We study them. But behind that open scientific front lies a darker curiosity. Because the Vatican isn't just interested in what's out there. It's interested in what comes here. UFO sightings are not typically a Vatican concern. But when one hovers over your city-state glowing, silent, inexplicable, you pay attention. And what makes the 2007 sighting so strange isn't just the object. It's the timing. That year, the Vatican was embroiled in controversy. Financial scandals, sexual abuse revelations, internal divisions. It was a time of instability. And suddenly, a disk appears in the sky. A coincidence? Or a warning? Some believe the Vatican knows more than it admits. And if so, this wouldn't be the first time. There are persistent rumors among Vatican watchers, ufologists, even former clergy that the Church has maintained a classified file on extraterrestrial phenomena since at least the 1940s. According to some accounts, Pope Pius XII was briefed on the Roswell incident, not by military officials but by Jesuit astronomers stationed in the US and South America. In these versions of the story, the Vatican was not merely a passive observer of UFO phenomena. It was a quiet participant. Why? Because if contact with non-human intelligence were ever confirmed, it would represent a theological crisis of unimaginable proportions. Or would it? Because here's the twist. The Vatican has actually prepared for this. In 2009, Father Jose Gabriel Funes, then director of the Vatican Observatory, made headlines by stating that belief in alien life is not incompatible with Catholic doctrine. His exact words: "The possible existence of extraterrestrial life does not contradict our faith because we cannot put limits on the creative freedom of God." Read that again. The Church is not denying aliens. It's welcoming them into the fold. Which raises a haunting possibility. What if that 2007 sighting wasn't just an anomaly? What if it was part of an ongoing pattern? And what if the Vatican, hidden behind its archives, its silence, its calculated public statement, has been slowly, cautiously preparing the faithful for the truth? Not that we are alone, but that we never were. There are whispers only, whispers of a secret papal encyclical, never released, drafted under Pope John Paul II, a document laying out the theological implications of extraterrestrial contact. Some say it was too radical. Others say it's been locked away for the right moment. Because here's the thing about belief. It's fragile. And the Vatican, more than any other institution on earth, understands how easily a revelation can become a rupture. Back to the disc. What was it? No official photos were released. No flight records were offered. No radar data was shared. And yet, it happened. Witnesses described it hovering low, rotating slowly, emitting a soft hum that they felt more than heard. One witness, an Italian journalist covering a Vatican press event, described it as a mechanical eye without a body. Another, a priest, reportedly said, "It looked like something watching us, waiting. It didn't move like a drone. It was too smooth, too deliberate." Still, others suggested it wasn't an object at all, but a projection. A kind of psychological test. A manifestation of something spiritual, or technological, or both. The Vatican's lack of response only deepened the intrigue. No press conference, no debunking, no police report. Just nothing. And in that void, the story grew. It wasn't the first sighting. And it wouldn't be the last. There have been other claims lists publicized, less credible, of luminous figures near the Vatican gardens, of brief power outages, of security protocols quietly shifting. But without documentation, it's just speculation. And that's exactly how the Vatican likes it. Because ambiguity is control. They don't need to lie. They just need to keep the questions unanswered. Because in the end, the Church is built on mystery. And mystery, when managed correctly, is stronger than certainty. So, what was the orange disc? A test? A visitor? A glitch in the sky? We may never know. But one thing is certain. It left a mark. Not in headlines, not in photos, but in the eyes of those who saw it. And in the silence of the institution that claims to represent the divine. Because even in the heart of faith, there are watchers. Next, we descend once more from sky to stone, from visitors in the air to riddles beneath our feet. Because in the Vatican, there are still places untouched by cameras, by sunlight, by the very march of time. And in those places, there are catacombs. Miles of them. The vanishing obelisks. The Vatican doesn't deal in illusions, or so it claims. It deals in stone, relic, canon law, and the unshakable authority of tradition. But tucked within the geometry of its most sacred square, in the literal shadow of St. Peter's Basilica, there's a visual riddle. One that has confounded tourists, architects, and skeptical onlookers for centuries. It's not written in a book or carved in Latin. It's vanishing in plain sight. The obelisks. Specifically, the one towering over St. Peter's Square. The tall, unyielding Egyptian monolith that stands at the very center of the piazza, positioned with mathematical precision, surrounded by concentric rings of stone, framed by the arms of Bernini's colonnade. It's not a copy. It's not symbolic. It's real and authentic Egyptian obelisk, hauled across continents, raised by emperors, and co-opted by popes. And somehow, when viewed from certain angles, it disappears. Not gradually, not as a trick of perspective, but totally. You're walking the square, you turn, and gone. No trace, no silhouette, just sky. It's as if the stone itself has been subtracted from reality. Some say it's just an optical illusion, a clever trick of architecture, shadows, and ancient engineering. Others say it's deliberately a designed effect, meant to communicate something profound, something secret, to those who know where to stand. Because this isn't the only obelisk in Vatican City. There are several. And the story of how they got there, and why they were placed where they were, is a deep and strange one. One that pulls from pagan Egypt, imperial Rome, and the coded language of power. Let's start with the central figure, the Vatican obelisk. It's over 25 meters tall and weighs an estimated 326 tons. It was originally erected in Heliopolis, Egypt, sometime around 2500 BCE, likely as a monument to the sun god Ra. Centuries later, it was brought to Rome by Emperor Caligula, who planted it in the central spine of his Circusan arena, used for chariot races and executions. According to tradition, this was where St. Peter was crucified, and the obelisk stood witness. That's right. The same monolith that now sanctifies the square once loomed over the death of the Church's first pope, a relic of paganism, transformed into the heart of Christianity. Except it's not just a symbol, it's alive in the architectural sense. Because when Pope Sixtus V had the obelisk relocated in 1586, it wasn't just a feat of engineering, it was a ritual: 40 winches, 900 men, 70 horses. The entire operation overseen by Domenico Fontana, who detailed the process in an illustrated manuscript. But that's not all he did. Fontana placed the obelisk at the precise center of Bernini's elliptical colonnadia layout, based not just on aesthetics, but geometry. Specifically, sacred geometry. The colonnade forms a massive ellipse, a shape loaded with symbolic resonance. The focal point of an ellipse is its heart. And what sits at the center of St. Peter's ellipse? Nothing. That's right. The obelisk is not at the exact center. There's a mark on the ground, a disc of stone, often unnoticed by tourists where you can stand, and when you do, the 4 rows of colonnades align perfectly into one. From that spot, the columns become a wall, the perspective collapses, and in a strange twist, the obelisk vanishes from the foreground of your peripheral vision. You are standing in the designed blind spot of history. Now, is this architectural genius? Yes. But is it only that? Here's where the theories begin. Because obelisks aren't just decorative. They're ancient antennas, spiritual, political, cosmic. In Egyptian culture, they represented a frozen ray of the sun, a tether between earth and the divine. They were aligned with star systems, placed at power points. And when Rome conquered Egypt, it didn't just steal the stones. It stole their symbolism. It repurposed their magic. The Vatican, which has long engaged with astral symbolism, just look at its calendar reform, feast day cycles, and zodiac mosaics, chose to centralize a pagan obelisk in its most sacred space. Why? Was it to assert dominance, a declaration of triumph over paganism? Or was it something subtler? A continuation? Because the Vatican didn't destroy the obelisks. It preserved them, restored them, anchored them in lines of symmetry and light. In fact, the obelisk in St. Peter's Square functions as a solar marker. At noon on the equinox, its shadow aligns with specific stones in the square, forming a celestial clock. This wasn't accidental. The square is a timepiece, a calendar, a map. But of what? Some suggest it marks ley-lined hypothetical energy paths that crisscross the earth, connecting sacred sites. Others believe the Vatican obelisk was placed in such a way as to interact with the dome of St. Peter's, forming a cosmic axis, a vertical channel between heaven and earth. And still others whisper that it hides something beneath. A tomb. A relic. A sealed chamber from when the obelisk first arrived. Because the relocation in 1586 wasn't just practical. It was ritualized. Sixtus V ordered an exorcism performed on the obelisk as it was lifted. Think about that. The Pope didn't just bless it. He exorcised it. He believed the stone carried spiritual residue from its pagan past. What did he think it was carrying? Energy? Memory? A presence? Now loop back to the vanishing trick. What if it's not just visual? What if the alignment, the point at which the obelisk disappears, is also the point at which its power neutralizes? Or amplifies? Is it a doorway? A veil? Just a clever trick of Renaissance optics? Or a message? A silent sermon, written not in words, but in absence. Because what's more powerful than what is seen? What disappears? There's a pattern here. The Vatican collects symbols. It doesn't erase them. It repurposes them. The Egyptian cross becomes the Christian one. The solar disk becomes the Eucharist. The obelisk becomes the monument to St. Peter's death. Even the layout of Vatican City mirrors older sacred cities, concentric, hierarchical, axis-bound. And within that pattern, the obelisk becomes more than stone. It becomes a pivot, a point around which the entire Vatican narrative spins. And when it disappears, so does the certainty. So does the illusion of complete control. Because in the end, the vanishing obelisk reminds us of a deeper truth. Even the most ancient symbols can slip from view. Even the most permanent seeming truths can flicker and fade, depending on where you stand. The Holy Grail quest. You know the story. Everyone does. A cup, a carpenter, a final supper, blood, divinity, betrayal, and then an object lost to time, wrapped in legend, hunted across centuries by kings, crusaders, alchemists, madmen, Nazis, and at least one Indiana Jones. But while most chase shadows, one institution has never had to run. It just stood still and waited. The Vatican. Because if the Holy Grail exists, if it is more than metaphor, more than a symbol of impossible purity, then there is only one place it would truly be safe. Not in a cave, not in a temple, but under Rome, in the vaults, in the archives, in the silence beneath the floor of the most powerful church on earth. Let's begin not with the object, but with the idea. The Holy Grail is typically described as the cup used by Jesus during the Last Supper, later used to collect his blood during the crucifixion. That's the core of the Christian legend. But the mythology is older, weirder, more tangled. In Arthurian romance, the Grail isn't just a cup, it's a vision. Sometimes a stone, sometimes a plate, sometimes a chalice that glows or floats or speaks. Its definition shifts, depending on who's telling the tale, but the meaning never does. It is the vessel of divine mystery, the bridge between the mortal and the eternal. And, for an institution built on exactly that idea, the Vatican has always had more than a passing interest in the Grail. It doesn't advertise it. It doesn't include it in museum tours. But behind closed doors, behind locked cabinets, the quest for the Grail is not legend. It's a project, because the Holy Grail, if found, would not be just a relic. It would be proof. Proof of the Last Supper. Proof of the crucifixion. Proof of a tangible link between Christ and physical matter. And that terrifies people. Because relics are power, and no relic holds more potential power than this. Now, the Vatican already claims thousands of relics, bones of saints, shards of the true cross, even a fragment of Mary's veil. But the Grail? Not officially. Unofficially? That's a different story. There are rumors, always rumors, that the Grail was found centuries ago, not by a knight, but by a monk. That it passed not through the hands of Templars, but through the ink-stained fingers of the Benedictines, the Franciscans, the Jesuits. That it sits now, not on a golden altar, but in a wooden box sealed with wax, buried in the depths of the Vatican archives. Let's follow one of those trails. In the 12th century, stories began to circulate in Western Europe of a miraculous cup held by a secretive Christian sect somewhere in the Middle East. Crusaders came back whispering of an object that healed wounds, lit up in the dark, sang in the presence of prayer. The Templars, those infamous monk knights, became obsessed. They dug under Solomon's temple. They searched libraries in Antioch, scrolls in Jerusalem, tombs in Edessa. And when the Templars fell, in a bloody purge sanctioned by the French king and silently blessed by the papacy, some believe they hid the Grail before their leaders were arrested, hid it in a place no one would ever look. Or maybe the Vatican took it themselves. It wouldn't be the first time the Church absorbed what it could not control. In the centuries that followed, Grail stories multiplied. Spain claimed it, Scotland too. France offered the Grail of Saint Maximin. Valencia claims it, now a cup of agate, with medieval inscriptions and a paper trail going back to the 4th century. But none of these claims are conclusive. None come with Vatican approval. And that's telling, because the Vatican doesn't validate relics lightly. It requires evidence, lineage, authority. So why not weigh in? Why not authenticate a candidate? Unless they already have the real one. There's an artifact mentioned in obscure Vatican catalogs filed under Ritus Secreti, Vas Sacramenti, no public image, no description, but always accompanied by a red seal. Access, restricted. Purpose, unknown. Some claim this refers to the Grail, a relic never displayed, never spoken of, but studied behind closed doors by theologians and scientists alike, because the Grail isn't just a spiritual object. It's a theological nuke. Let's say the Vatican did possess the real cup, carbon dated to the 1st century, with trace DNA matching the blood found on the Sudarium of Oviedo or the Shroud of Turin. What then? The implications are terrifying. It would elevate Catholicism to the unchallenged apex of Christian authority. It would spark war among denominations. It would drive millions to pilgrimage. It would crush others with disbelief. That's why the Vatican, if it does have the Grail, would never reveal it. Not unless the balance of the world required it. Instead, it would hide it, guard it, wait for the right moment. Because the Holy Grail isn't just about miracles or history. It's about narrative. And no institution on earth understands narrative better than the Vatican. Here's where things get weirder. In certain rare text letters between medieval monks, coded Templar dispatches there are references to a second Grail. Not a cup, a book. Some claim the Grail was never a vessel at all. It was a manual. A guide to divine resurrection. A codex on how Christ harnessed the laws of reality to bend life and death. A document too dangerous for the world. What if that's what the Vatican found? Not an object, but a scripture. One that makes the Gospels look like cliff notes. One that reveals not just Jesus' teachings, but his method, his secret, his power. And what if that's why the Grail never appears? Because it was never meant to be found. Because it is still being translated, page by page, in the candlelit crypts beneath Rome. A heresy? Or the ultimate truth? We don't know. But we do know this. The Church has never stopped seeking the Grail, even when it says it doesn't believe in it. Even when it dismisses it as legend. The Vatican Observatory was founded, in part, to track the stars used in ancient Grail charts. The Jesuits were the first to excavate many of the sites associated with Grail myth. Papal missions have quietly passed through every region, rumored to hide the cup from Glastonbury to Ethiopia to the caves of Cappadocia. And always, the same silence follows. No confirmation, no denial. Just a blink, a whisper, a file marked Vas Sacramenti. So what is the Holy Grail? A cup? A relic? A concept? Or a keystone? the missing piece in the Vatican's ever-growing mosaic of faith, control, and cosmic mystery.